Mike Johnson just addressed Parliament in London, where Fox's Jonathan Savage reports.
The transatlantic relationship is facing its toughest test in years, but the Speaker of the House of Representatives believes it will endure.
We've always been able to work through our differences calmly as friends. We will continue to do that. I want to assure you this morning that that is still the case.
Mike Johnson's been addressing the British Parliament to mark the USA's 250th anniversary. He admitted tensions over Greenland and trade make this a pivotal moment.
Now, Britain's Prime Minister and other European leaders are considering retaliation after President Trump had threatened to impose tariffs on some allies that oppose his push for a U.S. takeover of Greenland, a territory of Denmark. Overnight, the president posted an AI image on Truth Social of him planting an American flag in Greenland with a sign reading, U.S. territory established 2026.
We have to have it. They have to have this done. They can't protect it.
He insists the U.S. needs Greenland for national security. Adding in a Truth Social post, he plans talks at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, where the president will speak tomorrow. President Trump, in another Truth Social post, reacted to an anti-ICE protest in a Minnesota church that's under civil rights investigation. He called them troublemakers who should be thrown in jail or thrown out of the country. When we heard from the president about Greenland, it was after he watched Indiana, a university known for basketball, win its first ever football title.
Curt Cignetti completed one of the all-time great turnarounds Monday night, leading Indiana to its first college football national championship. The Hoosiers beat Miami 27-21 with Heisman Trophy winning quarterback Fernando Mendoza scoring on a 4th and 5 in the fourth quarter to give Indiana some breathing room. When Cignetti took over the Indiana program 2 years ago, the school had never seen a 10-win season.
That's Fox's Joe Morgan. Indiana finishes perfectly 16-0. America's listening to Fox News.
Hello, everyone. This is Ainsley Earhart. Thank you for joining me for the 52-episode podcast series, The Life of Jesus.
Neil McDonough portrays Jesus. Stacy Keach, Sean Astin, Michael York, and Kristen Bell provide the voices for some of Jesus' notable followers. A listening experience that will provide hope, comfort, and understanding of the greatest story ever told, The Life of Jesus.
Make sure to spread the word.
Listen and follow now at foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you listen to podcasts. From the Fox News Podcasts Network.
This is Jason Chaffetz from the Jason in the House podcast. Join me every Monday to dive deeper into the latest political headlines and chat with remarkable guests to hear their take on American life, politics, and entertainment. And don't forget, there's always somebody doing something stupid somewhere.
Listen and follow now at foxnewspodcast.com
or wherever you download podcasts.
Must listen to podcasts from Fox News Audio.
We mentioned the ongoing anti-ICE protests in Minneapolis that have raged after two recent immigration enforcement-related shootings. One of them was deadly, killing an American citizen, Renee Good. While protesters call that murder, Homeland Security maintains she was disrupting ICE operations and drove toward a federal agent. And there's been another death, an immigrant that ICE took into custody in that Minneapolis operation.
Immigration and Customs Enforcement revealing Victor Manuel Diaz, a 36-year-old detainee from Nicaragua, was found unresponsive last week at Camp East, Montana, in El Paso, Texas, explaining they believe he died by suicide, but the official cause of his death remains under investigation. According to ICE, Diaz entered the U.S. illegally in March of 2024. He was taken into custody earlier this month in Minneapolis and was transferred to Texas. Camp East, Montana, on the U.S. Army's Fort Bliss base in El Paso, is one of the largest ICE detention facilities in the U.S. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
As Republicans go to the Supreme Court, trying to undo California's voter-approved congressional redistricting that aims to give Democrats more House seats, countering a GOP redistricting in Texas, there's another legal fight trying to keep a Democrat in Congress, Eric Swalwell, from running for governor in California.
The lawsuit claims he doesn't actually live in California, so he can't run. Swalwell, who splits his time between Washington, D.C. and California, calling the accusation nonsense and politically motivated, telling the New York Post he has always maintained a California residence while in Congress and that he used a campaign office address in his legal filings because of repeated death threats. Gary Baumgarten, Fox News.
A sell-off is brewing on Wall Street, a big one, perhaps related to the new trade U.S. tension with Europe. Dow futures are down more than 700 points coming off the long holiday weekend. I'm Dave Anthony, and this is Fox News.
Don't miss Destination Retirement with Robert Kuhn every Sunday from 11 to 12. Robert has a different way of looking at retirement from most financial advisors and is happy to share his ideas with you every week. So don't miss what he has to say. Destination Retirement with Robert Kuhn, Sunday mornings from 11 to 12 on AM 560 The Answer.
One of the great memories of a vacation can be seeing history that you've only read about. That's the adventure you'll experience on Alistair Begg's Deeper Faith Norwegian Cruise, September 5th through the 12th, 2026. Exploring the land of the Vikings. You'll sail the pure waters of the North Sea to Norway's spectacular scenery, rugged cliffs, towering waterfalls, and quaint villages filled with Viking lore. Alistair will guide you daily through the scriptures as you experience attentive first-rate travel, complete with elegant cuisine aboard Holland America's majestic cruise ship, the Statendam. One of the stops on your journey through history will be Ålesund, a Viking-inspired coastal town known for its striking architecture and scenic mountain views. Cabins are limited, so call today, 855-565-5519, 855-565-5519, or log on to deeperfaithcruise.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6745. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6745. That's 800-575-6745. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The following is a paid political announcement.
Stay tuned for a special message from Angel Dad Joe Abraham about his daughter Katie.
Put yourself in my shoes. I just spent my first Christmas without Katie. My daughter was murdered by an illegal immigrant Governor Pritzker protected. Imagine her final breaths, knowing that you would have given your life for hers, but you didn't have the chance. Put your child in Katie's shoes. Think of the unfulfilled dreams, the unrealized joys, and the permanent loss. I'm not a political guy, but when politicians unleash violent criminals, we all need to get involved. We can do better, and we must do better. Ted Dabrowski would have protected Katie, and he'll protect your children the way I wish someone had protected mine.
I'm Ted Dabrowski, and I approve this message.
Hugh Hewitt explains our involvement in Venezuela.
They are not generating any revenue from their oil right now. They can't move it unless we allow it to move, because we have sanctions, because we're enforcing those sanctions.
They are running Venezuela through the leverage they have over the only thing that Venezuela has that can make currency for the police state that is largely still in power there after Maduro was taken to the United States.
The Hugh Hewitt Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Sean Thompson at 4 on AM 560. The Answer.
It's January 20th, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. It's National Cheese Lovers Day, and it's a Gouda day to be a cheese fan, so remember not to feel blue as you have Fontina chowing down on your favorite wheel of cheese. Try a slice of apple pie with melted cheddar, or a slice of pizza with extra gooey mozzarella. So don't have a feta, you don't have to be neutral like the Swiss. Also on this date, the Iran hostage crisis ended in 1981, just minutes after Ronald Reagan was sworn in as the 40th President of the United States. The 52 diplomats and citizens were released after 444 days of captivity by Iranian students who overran the U.S. Embassy in Tehran. And President Barack Obama took the oath of office in 2009, becoming the country's 44th Commander-in-Chief and its first African-American president. If it's your birthday today, you share it with comedian Bill Maher, born in 1956. I'm Tushar Saxena, and that's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
This is Albert Mohler for Townhall.com.
This past Sunday, the unthinkable happened. A leftist mob, aided and abetted by former CNN host Don Lemon, burst into an evangelical congregation at worship on the Lord's Day. It happened as City's Church in St. Paul, Minnesota, was worshiping this past Sunday. Angry protesters invaded the church, stopped its worship, intimidated its members, and demanded that the church denounce one of its elders who is currently serving as acting field director for U.S. Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, better known as ICE. Is this where we are headed? Invading a church engaged in worship on the Lord's Day is the breaking of a bright moral line. Children and young people in this Southern Baptist congregation were traumatized. This is flatly wrong and clearly scandalous. Federal authorities need to act, and responsible citizens need to remind our fellow citizens that ICE is an official federal law enforcement agency and is to be fully respected. This church invasion was a first. It likely won't be the last.
You know, daily stress is such a big deal. Fact is, the terrible impact of stress is very deadly and shortens our lives. Stress attracts diseases just like blood in the water attracts sharks. And for over 40 years on Chicago radio, we continue to share practical concepts from a natural healthcare perspective to help minimize your need for all those dangerous drugs and risky surgeries. So today, it's our dirt cheap adrenal stress index test. No blood, just spit. Now, most people don't do so well on their first go around signaling adrenal gland distress. And then they follow our stress-busting strategies and pass their second test with flying colors. So if you can spare a little spit, call for your dirt cheap adrenal stress index test, and we will hold that same special low price for your follow-up test. Just call 800-794-1855. You can't get any cheaper than dirt cheap. That's 800-794-1855.
Is your child tackling new challenges in math this year? Working hard to get ahead of the pack? Here's the good news. There's a secret weapon. Mathnasium, the authority on math education. With over 1,000 learning centers worldwide, we know what it takes to build real confidence in math. Here's what sets us apart. Expert instructors who teach each student individually. No cookie-cutter approach. No rushing through lessons. We create customized learning plans designed specifically for your child's needs, helping them achieve their academic goals, not just this semester, but all year long. Whether they're struggling to catch up or ready to excel, our proven methods work. Kids leave Mathnasium stronger in math, more confident in the classroom, and ready to handle whatever comes next. Visit Mathnasium today and discover why parents trust us with their child's math education. Mathnasium, where kids love math.
Everybody loves the season of giving, but now the season of paying for it is upon us. That not-so-wonderful time of the year when millions of Americans open their credit card statements, stare in horror at the balance, and resolve then and there to find new ways to save money. If you're among those Americans, why not start by cutting your wireless bill in half right now with Pure Talk's Saver Plan? It's easy. You'll get unlimited talk, text, and 3 gigs of high-speed data on a super-fast, nationwide 5G network for just $20 a month. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Ho, ho, ho! And if you're active or former military or a first responder, you'll save an additional 20% every single month. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe for the gift that keeps on saving from America's wireless company. Pure Talk.
The following is a paid political announcement.
Stay tuned for a special message from Angel Dad Joe Abraham about his daughter Katie.
Put yourself in my shoes. I just spent my first Christmas without Katie. My daughter was murdered by an illegal immigrant Governor Pritzker protected. Imagine her final breaths, knowing that you would have given your life for hers, but you didn't have the chance. Put your child in Katie's shoes. Think of the unfulfilled dreams, the unrealized joys, and the permanent loss. I'm not a political guy, but when politicians unleash violent criminals, we all need to get involved. We can do better, and we must do better. Ted Dabrowski would have protected Katie, and he'll protect your children the way I wish someone had protected mine.
I'm Ted Dabrowski, and I approve this message.
Making the switch to a new communications and IT company may seem like a big ordeal, but if you're not getting the reliable support, consistent internet, and secure solutions your company needs, meet Access One, your local Chicagoland IT experts. Access One has been powering Chicago businesses with secure, reliable IT solutions for over 30 years from our headquarters right here in the West Loop. Whether it's VoIP phones, dedicated internet, managed cybersecurity, cloud backups, or 24/7 support, Access One is here for you. Serving thousands of companies from Naperville to the North Shore, Access One is Chicago-owned and Chicago-run, a trusted IT partner for law firms, clinics, tech startups to manufacturers. We'll make the switch easier than you think. Let's talk. Call 800-654-1555 or visit accessoneInc.com. Rated top 5% in customer satisfaction and a Better Business Bureau A+ rated business. That's accessoneInc.com. Tech made personal, locally.
Your home or business has storm damage and you have an insurance claim.
Call Crosscom.
Crosscom Construction and Public Adjusters. Today, insurance companies are notorious for offering way too little money to repair damage to your home or commercial building due to wind, hail, tornado, floods, or fire. Crosscom works for you, not the insurance company. As licensed adjusters, Crosscom will work to get you the money you deserve, the maximum payout.
Call Crosscom.
630-871-5500. After they get you the fair insurance company result, Crosscom can start doing your repairs. Crosscom is a full construction and restoration company that will get your property back to its pre-loss condition, getting your life back to normal. Roof, siding, windows, doors, fire restoration, Crosscom does it all.
Call Crosscom.
Licensed in Chicagoland, Northwest Indiana, and Wisconsin.
This is Dan Leitz with Crosscom. We share your conservative and Christian values. Let us handle everything. It all starts with a call.
630-871-5500. CrosscomPublicAdjusters.com.
She's unafraid and unapologetic. She's Laura Trump, and she's shaking things up on the Right View podcast on the Salem Podcast Network.
We're now in a midterm election year, and the Democrats, I think, are panicking. They have very little to run on. The faces of their party now are socialists. Democrats, I think, are probably looking at Tim Walz and they're like, we don't need the distraction of another failed Democrat.
Subscribe to the Right View podcast with Laura Trump on Apple, Spotify, YouTube, Rumble, or at SalemPodcastNetwork.com. Now, your official weather forecast.
Today will not be as cold, starting with sunshine before clouds move in. The temperature will reach a high of 24. Tonight, expect cloudy skies with snow coming later, bringing 1 to 3 inches of accumulation. Roads will worsen, leading to slow and slippery conditions for tomorrow morning's commute. The low will be around 20 degrees. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
Portions of the following show may be pre-recorded.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. Well, a couple pretty great nights of football. I know we've led the show yesterday and now today with a little sports, but a couple of magical seasons. One that fell a little bit short, talking, of course, about Caleb and the Bears. One of the greatest, just in terms of the athletic feat, greatest 14-yard touchdown passes you're ever going to see. If you thought that the fourth down conversion against Green Bay in the comeback win a week ago, this past weekend, was a fluke, then all you had to do was watch the fourth down conversion touchdown, sending the game against the Rams into overtime. And so we'll get to the magical season that was consummated, of course, the Hoosiers. But I carry this over into Tuesday because, of course, we can't end this magical season for the Bears and all the promise of this tandem of Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams thinking about the future without a final song from Dave Swirsky, who's been part of making this season magical, right? Who doesn't love a good parody song? Dave Swirsky choosing Buffalo Springfield to round out the Bears season.
It's been a magical year, but now it ends, so I just might shed a tear. As a fan, I'm sure proud of the Bears. Love this team, so I just wasn't prepared for it to all just stop. The end for Chi-Town till the very end, believed bear down. 12 times we got hit these songs. This team could fight, damn right we belong. Caleb out here throwing dice, showing magic and brilliance time after time. But now the season stops, the end lost this round. But till the very end, believe, thought we'd end on top. Nope, but we're still proud. Till the very end, believe, but now it stops. The end for Chi-Town. Till the very end, I believe. Zero's on the clock for this season now. But our beloved team made us so proud.
Pretty good send-off for the 25-26 season for the Bears. I think Swirsky should actually do some sort of benefit concert for Bears Cares Charities or something and have his whole oeuvre of Bears parody songs and maybe add some original compositions too. 312-642-5600 if you want to give us a call or text to comment on either. And, of course, Hoosiers winning a national championship is like the Cubs winning a World Series. It never happens, except it did. And it's a great story. It's a Midwest story. They go down to Miami and beat, a storied Miami program. And by the way, I just got a note in this text group I'm a part of, and I didn't see this, but I hate to have it end in controversy, but that Fletcher, the Miami running back who scored 2 touchdowns, took a swing at an Indiana defensive player after the game for some reason, and apparently ESPN caught footage of it. Don't know the details, don't know what prompted that, but you'd hate to have that marred by unsportsmanlike conduct after what was also a great game, hard-fought game, came down to the very end. And, of course, the story in college football this year was the Hoosiers and Curt Cignetti and his Heisman Trophy winning quarterback, Fernando Mendoza, who made an incredible run in his own right, Caleb Williams-esque, on 4th and 5 to put Indiana ahead for, as it turned out, good. And if you didn't see Mendoza when he won the Heisman Trophy and addressed the national audience and haven't paid attention to Indiana football until last night, this is a good kid. It's really a kid that is easy to root for. As he mentioned in the postgame, he was not invited to be a walk-on at Miami, and here he is 4 years later winning a national championship, the first in Hoosier history, against Miami. Pretty incredible, made-for-TV movie.
Fourth quarter, you're leading by just 3 points, and coach decides to go for it on 4th down. What did he say to you in that huddle, and how did you execute it?
That's one thing about our team. We're always going to put all on the line. And, I want to give all the glory and thanks to God there. My offensive lineman blocked perfectly, and we're able to execute the team towards a common goal, have the Indiana Hoosier synergy to score, and then give our team a chance to win the game.
How did you get it in there, though? You had to go airborne, Fernando.
I had to go airborne, and I'll die for my team. Whatever they need me to do, they need me to take, shots from the front and the back, whatever it is, I'm going to die for my team out there, and I know they're going to do the same for me. That's what makes us so close, and that's what makes this national championship so special.
Show my cameraman right there your arm. You can't imagine the beating this young man had last night.
Shout out to Miami defense. You can see why their 2 edges are first-round picks. It was going to be a physical game. And, we had to play physical, and we did play physical. We elevated it, and it's victory so sweet for everybody, for the entire Hoosier Nation, but also, it's super sweet to myself. I was a 2-star recruit coming out of high school. I got declined to walk-on offer to the University of Miami. Full circle moment here, playing in Miami for all the friends and family. I can't thank Coach Nettie enough, and Coach Whitmer and Coach Hanover taking a chance on me, and just give all the glory to God.
You've been a little boy.
And, and it's consistent with what he said, which is application well beyond sports. Consistent with what he said when he won the Heisman, talking about his Heisman Trophy award being an award for all those kids out there that were overlooked. Because he and a number of his teammates who blossomed into stars like Charlie Becker were also overlooked. Yeah, you really like this kid, high character kid, and all the best to him at the next level. I don't know where he's going to go in the draft, but I hope to see him playing and playing well on Sundays. Something else, though, he said too. He was a 2-star athlete. Over the holidays, there was this interesting interview in the Wall Street Journal of Curt Cignetti, the coach there. You want to talk about a turnaround? It's just that this is the greatest turnaround in college football history, and it's not close. And a couple of things. One is just the fact that, I think he's, 2 years removed from making $300,000 at James Madison, and now he's, making 10 or 11 million bucks a year under his new contract. But that's not the important point. The important point is Mendoza talking about being a 2-star recruit as opposed to the 4- and 5-star recruits that dominate the rosters of these Tier 1 college football teams, especially in the NIL era, those that can pay. And it was interesting what Cignetti had to say about what he looks for. He prizes production over potential. Do I have a JUCO kid who caught 45 balls last year that has shown he can produce at the next level above high school, and and fit into our scheme, as opposed to a 4- or 5-star athlete in high school against very different competition, even if you're just playing JUCO coming out of high school. And we've got potential, but we don't know about his actual production during the grind of a college football season. So that was interesting. The other thing is what he looks for in terms of physical attributes. He's not so wowed by 4.3 speed. What he said, and I guess he learned this when he was coaching at Alabama, or this is what he developed, learning from Nick Saban and applying it. When he is sort of assessing the physical attributes of players, he looks at ankles, knees, and hips. And because ankles, knees, and hips, number one, flexibility and mobility. Number two, is this guy injury prone? So I just thought, and especially, by the way, this has applicability for us old folks too, who are just trying to improve our golf game too, because that's where this all starts. And this is also my advertisement for Pilates. Ankles, knees, and hips. The golf swing, for example, that starts from the ground up. Your knees, hips, core. That's where the power comes from, right? If you just swing with your arms, no power. You got to be able to rotate through the ball. And where does that come from? That weight shift, that balance, that equilibrium, and those major muscle groups and the strength of the joints that hold them all together. So I just thought that was very cool. One postscript on this too, of an entertainment variety. This is if I don't think I've introduced this guy to Chicago Morning Answer listeners, but there's another local Instagram star that broke out this year. Dave Swirsky being one of them. This other guy is from the North Shore, and he goes under I'll give you his name, but his handle on Instagram, if you want to look him up, is PE Guy, like private equity guy, and it's a parody of private equity guys. Those sort of phony bros and the bro culture in private equity, these dilettantes. And he had a great one in advance of last night's game, where, as you saw, if you watched the, what was the average ticket price? Was north of $4,600 a ticket. Most expensive college football game to attend in history, in keeping with the era of big money and NIL. Anyway, P Guy, you don't get the full appreciation for it if you don't see his facial expressions. His facial expressions are just hysterical. It's like It's like, that Underwood Academy cartoon character in Family Guy. But he's not a cartoon, although his faces are cartoonesque. Anyway, this was his video, his Instagram post in advance of last night's game because, he scored tickets and he's going to the game. Wifey can't make it.
What's up, man? You go to the national championship game? Oh, bummer. Let me guess, seats were too expensive for you? Oh, bummer, man. Sorry to hear it. Yeah, so I'm taking the kiddos. Yeah, and some staff, some nannies with us, too. Wifey's going to stay back. Yeah, and actually go to some fellows I met at B School, HBS Harvard Business. So, so wife's so busy. My wife, she's got double sessions with the tennis pro. Yeah, sunrise, sunset. They've really been focusing on isolating the hips. A lot of hands-on film review,
it's
apparently.
Like Signetti.
So, and I'm not so much going as a fan, more so going for the networking opportunities, which are substantial. So, private events as well, controlled environments, and we won't necessarily have a seat that we're sitting in. We'll be operating inside a fully curated luxury ecosystem through a company called On Location. And if you know, you know. If you don't, you don't. Substantial. So, private entrances, hospitality compounds, executive nutrition, youth containment. Yeah, so you have kiddos who are going to be in a supervised luxury sector. So, and I'll be exchanging light deal flow over shrimp the size of your face, my man. So, yeah, big game, though. Who's playing?
So good. I mean, he's really good. One other note, DeSantis and Braun had a bet. If Indiana loses, this was a Braun to DeSantis. If Indiana loses, I'll send you some pork from Fisher Farms in Indiana, which is in his neck of the woods. And DeSantis said, "I'm happy to oblige. I'll just if he said if Indiana wins, I'll send some stone crabs and key lime pie from Joe Stone Crab. I'll just drop them off in Naples or Marco, since that's basically Indiana South this time of year. And Chicago South, I may add." Very good. All right, let's check the headlines.
Good morning. It is 5 degrees here in Chicago, but it feels like negative 11 on AM 560 The Answer. I'm Stacey Keene in the QC Kinetics newsroom. Federal authorities have announced the arrest of a fugitive on Chicago's most wanted list. FBI Special Agent in Charge Douglas S. DePodesta said that members of the Bureau's Violent Crimes Task Force arrested Antonio Stigler in Dalton on Friday morning. Stigler was charged last February with first-degree murder in connection to the killing of a pregnant woman in Riverdale in October of 2024. The FBI urges the public to review the fugitive list and report information at 1-800-CALL-FBI. A woman found shot to death in an alleyway Sunday morning has been identified as a 36-year-old mother of 5. According to reports, Kiara Jenkins was found unresponsive in the 6400 block of South Drexel Avenue. Officials say she suffered multiple gunshot wounds. Police have no suspects in custody at this time. This report is a service of Allstate. Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Those people are probably saving a carload of cash right now. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
On February 24th, President Trump will deliver his State of the Union address to Congress.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
And AM 560 The Answer is throwing a viewing party, and you're invited to join us for dinner at the Meridian Banquets and Conference Center in Rolling Meadows. Enjoy dinner before the speech, and then watch the speech with AM 560's Dan Proft, Sean Thompson, Jeannie Ives, Amy Jacobson, and John Anthony. Tickets are on sale now at 560theanswer.com/party. Sponsored in part by Edward Jones agent Nolan Webster.
Did you know a will alone does not keep your family out of court when you die? The court still has to approve your will, but get a living trust, and your estate can be settled clearly without issue. Talk to the attorneys at Naumann & Associates. They prepare wills and trusts for a flat fee, no surprises, no hourly rate. With decades of experience, they know the law and offer a free consultation. Contact Naumann & Associates in Elk Grove Village, nalawgroup.com. Call 847-593-8777.
Well, the experts did their best with this season's flu vaccine, but the virus mutated and the vaccine could not keep up. But here is the truth. The most powerful defense against viruses isn't something man-made. It is the God-given immune system that you were born with. And the best immune system booster that I, Scott Jennings, know of is Virago. Virago, it is a liquid immune enhancement supplement featuring 23 potent nutraceuticals working synergistically to enhance your immune system against assaults. Trust the design that God gave you and strengthen your body's immune system with Virago, the ultimate immune enhancement cocktail. Order it online today. Visit myvirago.com. That's myvirago.com. Use coupon code Jennings to save 30%. Myvirago.com. Coupon code Jennings saves you 30%.
The following is a paid political announcement.
This is Kevin Coyne, Chairman of the DuPage County GOP. I am inviting you to our Lincoln Day dinner on Friday, February 27th at Abington Banquets in Glen Ellen. We will feature keynote speaker and national political commentator Tudor Dixon. Enjoy an evening of camaraderie, great food, and Republican unity. Sponsorship packages are available. Purchase tickets today at DuPageGOP.com. Paid for by DuPage County Republican Central Committee.
Hair Volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Now, your official weather forecast.
Today will not be as cold, starting with sunshine before clouds move in. The high will reach 24. Tonight, expect cloudy skies with snow developing later, leading to 1 to 3 inches of accumulation. Road conditions will worsen, so anticipate a slow and slippery morning commute. The low will be around 20. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft. Punishing free speech by tracking people's social media posts. We've talked quite a bit about that because it is occurring with such frequency in Western Europe. Some 12,000 arrests for social media posts have been made in the UK in the last calendar year. And when we've talked about these cases generally and specifically, so, unlike the United States, these Western European nations don't have First Amendment protections. Canada has something that approximates our First Amendment, but it is not as comprehensive. And it continues to happen. One of the more celebrated cases, which we've talked about before, is of this Irish teacher named Enoch Burke. He has spent 560 days in jail to date for being unwilling to call boys by girls' pronouns, basically, or by the plural they. He was just arrested again the other day outside Wilson's Hospital School by Irish police. Same charge. Here he is with a colleague filming him while he's being taken into custody by the Irish cops.
Well, this is all about transgenderism. Yeah, no, it's about forcing. No, it is about one issue.
This is about the issue of the court order. It's been brought before the court.
George Brian Krieger knew what would happen. He knew what would happen today.
Okay.
This is insanity. And it's abuse of power. It is abuse of power.
You're working
forcing
with
transgenderism.
the High Court.
It's illegal. Every school in the country, workplaces, businesses, and he's abusing his power.
All
because
the
government.
You will not accept transgenderism.
Abusing his power. Abusing his power. That's what he's doing.
Refuse to use the they pronoun for a young child.
Nobody wants it.
Step into the back of the car.
Nobody wants it.
It's an abuse of power. Absolute insanity. Absolute insanity what's happening here at Wilson's Hospital
every
School.
Boy and girl and man and woman, forcing transgenderism on them. Nobody accepts this. They don't believe it. People don't want to be told what to believe in, what they must believe in. They don't want to be forced.
But it can't happen in America because we have those First Amendment protections. I wouldn't be so sure about that. I would not be so sure about that. Because the attitude of the censorious left in Western Europe is no different than the attitude of the censorious left in this country. Did we not see the abuses of people's rights that were done under the guise of safety during COVID? In America, I'm talking about. And you don't think they would apply that same approach to content they don't like on any other issue? Of course they would. And they are. And unfortunately, it goes in both directions. Some are susceptible to this siren song of punishing people for thought and speech crimes, in the interest of safety. Miami Beach Police Chief Wayne Jones sent detectives to a woman's house over her allegedly inflammatory social media post. Detectives arrive at this woman's home and begin interrogating her about her social media posts. The woman in question is Raquel Pacheco. She is described as a political activist. She's a former political candidate. And she directed a post to Miami Beach Mayor Stephen Minor that the police chief thought smacked of anti-Semitism, and so he sent the detectives.
Picture to make sure it's you. We're not sure.
Okay.
Is that your account?
I refuse to answer questions without my lawyer present, so I really don't know how to answer that question either
well,
way.
like I said, you're not going to jail.
This is freedom of speech. This is America, right?
And I agree with you 100%.
Okay.
We're just trying to see if it's you, because if we're not talking to the right person, we want to go see who the right person is.
Okay, how can I help you?
So pretty much it's just a statement that was made as far as,
verbatim, it says the guy who consistently calls for the death of all Palestinians tried to shut down a theater for showing a movie that hurt his feelings and refuses to stand up for the LGBTQ community in any way. Even leaves the room when they vote and on related matters. Wants you to know that you are all welcome. Clown face, clown face, clown face. 3 days ago.
So you don't know if it was you?
I'm not going to answer whether that's me or not.
Okay.
The concerning part, and not concerning for the person who's posting it, what we're just trying to prevent is somebody else getting agitated or agreeing with the statement. We're not saying it's true or not.
Understood.
That guy who consistently calls for the death of all Palestinians, that can probably incite somebody to do something radical. That's all we're here to talk about. And we wanted to get your side. If it was you that posted that, I would think to refrain from posting things like that, because that could get something incited.
I appreciate your concern. I appreciate you coming out here.
Okay, that's it?
That is it.
Okay.
I'm going to maintain my amendment rights to not answer the question about whether or not that's it. I hope that's understandable.
All right, we appreciate it.
Thank you as well.
Day, okay?
You as well. Thank you. Take care.
Raquel Pacheco is obviously a woman of the left. And this is boomeranging on the left. But our charge as consistent conservatives is to protect the God-given rights of all. If we get selective like they want to do, then it will boomerang on us. Plus, it's just morally wrong. The guy who she's talking about the mayor, I presume. The guy who consistently calls for the death of all Palestinians tried to shut down a theater for showing a movie that hurt his feelings and refuses to stand up for the LGBTQ community in any way, even leaves the room when they vote on related matters, wants you to know that you are all welcome here. That was the post. And I'm sorry, that is well within her First Amendment right to post, to say, to put on a piece of cardboard and walk around the public square. She is not that what somebody may take from that, how that may or may not incite somebody, is irrelevant. This is not fire in a crowded theater. This is not a call for specific violence against a specific person. This is a characterization of somebody's position, and it may be wrong. I'm sure it is. She comes across as a bit melodramatic, and so does this sort of disjointed social media post. But that is ridiculous. Miami Beach police showing up. Maybe you don't post stuff like this. Maybe you stay within your lane and your law enforcement powers, because telling me what I can and can't post is not the job of police officers. I mean, right. If I threaten the president's life or something like that, a specific threat of violence to a specific individual, then that isn't necessarily protected speech. But I don't need pre-crime showing up, the pre-crime squad, and telling me what I can and can't post. That's not how this works. 312-642-5600 is how you give us a call or shoot us a text on the topic. Better mind ourselves here and be ready to speak in unhushed tones in defense of our First Amendment rights, because this is goonery and buffoonery. The chief was wrong. If the mayor had a hand in this, he's wrong. The police detectives there are wrong, just like they're wrong with Enoch Burke. That's not the only case recently. Pittsville, Wisconsin. Cops showed up at Amanda Vogel's home twice last year before the school district of Pittsville, about 130 miles west of Green Bay, sent her a cease and desist letter accusing her of defamation in a pressure campaign to get her to remove a video post that went viral. The video post that went viral is of her daughter at a school music program, a very young little girl, and she is in a wheelchair. And the assertion by mom is that her daughter, who's wheelchair bound, was excluded from activities, including a music program that the other kids participated in. She was just sort of left to sit there and watch rather than being included. Well, the Wisconsin Institute for Law and Liberty, and thank goodness there are organizations like this, like Liberty Justice Center, that's founded in Illinois, I know because I co-founded it, but national in scope, taking up the cases like this of Miss Vogel.
The video you're watching here sparked national attention after it went viral on TikTok. A Wisconsin mom says her disabled daughter was pushed off to the side during a school music program, but what happened next is even more troubling. After the mother posted the video and said she was considering homeschooling her daughter because of what happened, police showed up at her doorstep. She was asked to take the video down. And then the district hired an attorney to threaten her with a defamation lawsuit simply for speaking about what happened to her child. Parents have the right to speak up for their children. Using legal threats to silence a parent is outrageous. That's why the Wisconsin Institute for Law and Liberty is stepping in to defend her First Amendment rights.
Vogel captioned the video as watching her daughter, be placed off to the side while her peers stood together, and realizing no one noticed before the concert was it for us. Talking about how she hadn't planned to homeschool her daughter, but that changed. She continued, the solution was so simple, a row on the floor that included her. If something this visible was going unnoticed, what else was being missed when we weren't around? And so, rather than constructively engage this family and do a better job of including her daughter and the kids' activities at school, they got the lawyers involved. as all courageous school boards and school administrators always do, hide behind the lawyers. Pathetic. And so, and then tried to come over the top and get her to shut up and take the video down, stop embarrassing us, or we'll sick our lawyers on you. So typical. And detestable. Brian, St. John, Indiana.
Hey, good morning, Dan. I know that the woman on the first video from Miami Beach, you know, we have different views on life, but I just want to say I'm very grateful that she had the intelligence to not answer those police officers' questions without the presence of her attorney. Because when they're knocking on your door, they are not your friends. They're looking to do something to you. And if you cooperate, they will bury you. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thanks for the call, Brian. Matt, Mount Greenwood.
Hey, good morning, Dan. Unfortunately, attacks on free speech has filtered into corporate USA. I'm very aware of a company that protects individuals who have threatened other employees. When you speak up against their push to DEI, they shut you down. They will literally red dot you and turn you off a meeting. When you speak up against anything that doesn't conform with the corporate policy regarding sunshine and rainbows and unicorns, they shut you down to the point where HR will knock on your door, come and talk to you. You know, you will get in trouble. It's terrible. It's terrible, and it's so evident. Have a good day.
Thanks for the call. Right. I mean, it's that's the indoctrination that goes on, the forced compliance that goes on, and you know, obviously in private institutions, the First Amendment is not applicable. The First Amendment is a restraint on government, which is why, and we'll get to this next hour, which is why when idiot savant, minus the savant, Don Lemon, was at that city's church in St. Paul, Minnesota, carrying on about the First Amendment. The First Amendment is not a restraint on a church from protecting its private property from a goon squad that comes in and disrupts a prayer service, you nitwit. But this is how ignorant so many people are, including, well, and especially people that pretend to be journalists or were former news readers and propagandists on cable news channels. It's remarkable to listen to the daffiness of so many people that are conferred some status or importance. Holy cow. The things that came out of Don Lemon's mouth. And by the way, he's just a representation of a significant percentage of the D.C. press corps. And even a larger percentage of the neo-Marxists. The kind of people who would not be coming to the aid of that woman in Miami Beach if the woman in Miami Beach had posted something that was derogatory against Trump and the police had shown up. And we would be coming to her defense. I would be. These are not police matters. Back off. Back off Pittsfield School Board. Back off Miami Beach Police. Back off Irish cops. Back off the whole of UK government. Focus on so many other materialist issues. Boy, we better make sure that when there are opportunities to push back against people who would silence dissent, people interested in, to borrow from Justice Robert Jackson in West Virginia v. Barnett, interested only in the compulsory unification of the graveyard, which is what enforced silence, enforced unanimity is. The compulsory unification of the graveyard, totalitarian repression. You better be there at the beginning of it, because it's a lot harder to turn it around if you arrive in the middle or towards the end. Kevin, Austin, Texas.
I was going to comment on the Wisconsin thing. That could have been handled so much easier. I've got a daughter with special needs. It could have been a phone call. saying, I'm so sorry for the overlook. Let's do this in the future, blah, blah, blah. But what happened where the Don Lemon was at, Don Lemon, wasn't that the same town that like 4 months ago somebody went in and like shot up a Catholic church? That's from what I understand. Now, what would have happened if there was a different church where people are like protecting themselves and they've got ushers who are carrying, and somebody storms in and does that, and then somebody was shot in the left? I mean, that could plausibly happen. They're playing with fire.
Thanks for the call, Kevin. George, Naperville.
Yes, Dan, I'm more disturbed by the Irishman. Did he deny the existence of transgender leprechauns?
Hi-yo. Speaking of denying, Axios asked all these presidential aspirants in the neo-Marxist party about trans rights, given last week where we had a Supreme Court justice, KBJ, and an ACLU lawyer who couldn't answer the question, what is a woman? And then we had a reproductive rights activist / medical doctor who couldn't answer Josh Hawley's question as to whether or not men can get pregnant. And then we had Ben Shapiro interview do a podcast with the governor of California, Patrick Bateman, and he wouldn't answer the question whether a boy could become a girl. These are bedeviling questions for the left. Axios asked 20 Democrats kicking around the idea of running for president, should transgender girls be able to participate in girl sports? Do you believe transgender youths under the age of 18 should be able to be placed on puberty blockers and hormones? And what is your response to the time-old question, can a man become a woman? Harris, AOC, Booker, Bashir, Kentucky, Chris Murphy, California Rep. Ro Khanna, Newsom, and Jelly Belly declined to answer. Declined to answer? Declined to answer, Governor? Is this the same governor? The headline after Trump's victory, J.B. Pritzker vows Illinois will boost sex changes after decisive Trump victory. Is this the same J.B. Pritzker? This Transgender Awareness Week, I want you to know that I see you and have your back as governor. That's creepy. Illinois has enshrined protections for gender-affirming care to meet this moment, and because of that, you will always have a home here, always. And now he's a bit of a church mouse. Why? Why wouldn't you be out and proud leading the charge, Jelly Belly? The worst kind of people. Again, they tell you what they are not. They decry what they are. Bullies, thugs, goons. And you're seeing that on display of the streets of major cities right now, in particular Mogadishu, Minnesota, on a daily basis. But it can be a Pittsville, Wisconsin school board. Or it could be over a Miami Beach social media post. And I'm not characterizing that being left or right. It could be left and left. I don't know the politics of the mayor of Miami Beach or the police chief, but I know what they did in that instance was wrong. Dan Proft, Chicago's Morning Answer.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
At AlmostFreeTeeth.com, they're dedicated to making smiles great again. If you have medical PPO insurance, find out how you could save 90% off on average to get a beautiful dental implant-supported smile. Check if you qualify right now at AlmostFreeTeeth.com.
AM 560. The Answer.
Well, as I said, we'll take up the fallout from the mob action at that church in St. Paul and Don Lemon's role in it. 6:06. head of civil rights for Department of Justice, Harmeet Dillon, had some things to say about it that concerned Don Lemon all of a sudden. Interesting. It's now 6 o'clock, AM 560, WIND Chicago.
This has never happened. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. An American House Speaker addresses the British Parliament.
It is an objective and obvious truth that a strong America is good for the entire world.
Speaker Mike Johnson.
And a strong UK is as well.
Speaker Mike Johnson, a few hours ago in London.
I told the president that I felt that my mission here today was to encourage our friends and help to calm the waters, so to speak, and I hope to do so.
As some European allies consider retaliation to President Trump imposing tariffs for opposing his push to take control of Greenland. Early this morning, he posted an AI image on Truth Social of himself planting an American flag there with a sign reading Greenland, U.S. territory established 2026. Well, for now, it's actually part of Denmark, a NATO ally that insists Greenland's not for sale. In another Trump post, the president wrote he had a good discussion with NATO's leader, and he'll attend a meeting at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. U.S. Ambassador to NATO Matt Whitaker tells Fox.
Nobody has strengthened NATO more than President Trump. Nobody has brought an energy and the necessary capabilities to the table.
In another Truth post, President Trump called the anti-ICE protesters inside a Minnesota church Sunday troublemakers who should be thrown in jail or out of the U.S. Fox's Doug Luzader reports.
Minnesota's Attorney General says protesters who stormed that church did not violate what's called the Federal FACE Act, but the Justice Department may not see it that way.
What you saw there was anti-Christian, anti-law enforcement rioters.
Deputy U.S. Attorney General Todd Blanche telling Fox this is a civil rights investigation. They're celebrating in Indiana a college football national championship led by their Heisman Trophy winning quarterback.
He's going to take off and run. Mendoza weaves his way first.
Fernando Mendoza's fourth quarter touchdown ended up the game winner on ESPN. Indiana beat Miami 27-21. The Hoosiers, who've never had much football success, complete a perfect 16-0 season. America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning. It is 5 degrees, but feels like negative 11 in Chicago on AM 560 The Answer. I'm Stace Keene in the QC Kinetics newsroom. A newly introduced bill that would bar former immigration and customs enforcement agents from working in state and local law enforcement here in Illinois is sparking intense debate, with supporters calling it necessary accountability measures and critics warning that it could worsen police shortages and undermine public safety. Katrina Barker has the story.
State Senator Laura Fine, who's running for Congress, announced the legislation in a social media video this week, saying it was prompted by recent immigration enforcement actions she described as violent and intimidating.
And I am going to talk to my colleagues about my new legislation that bars ICE agents from working for law enforcement at both the local and state level here in Illinois. After what happened in Minneapolis, it was a glass break moment. Enough is enough.
But State Representative John Capello, a law enforcement officer, said he strongly opposes the proposal and does not believe it's necessary or constitutional.
Well, I don't believe the bill is needed in any way, shape, or form, and I will not be supporting it.
I'm Katrina Barker.
A woman found shot to death in an alleyway Sunday morning has been identified as a 36-year-old mother of 5. According to reports, Kiara Jenkins was found unresponsive in the 6400 block of South Drexel Avenue. Officials say she was leaving her home when she suffered multiple gunshot wounds. Police have no suspects in custody at this time. This report is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Big savings on full mouth dental implants are here at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Medical insurance can make what used to cost a fortune surprisingly affordable. Don't wait. Take the 60-second quiz to see if you qualify at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. A check of the roads is coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
Alex Marlow explains the latest job numbers.
The jobs creation numbers are a little disappointing relative to expectations, but the unexpected drop in the unemployment rate is surprising good news. Wages up 3.8, inflation up 2.8, so things are literally becoming more affordable. You want to talk about affordability? That's the raw data.
The Alex Marlow Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Scott Jennings at noon on AM 560, The Answer.
Business owners, now's the time for your business to make the move to a locally owned business bank. Hi, Mike Gallagher here to let you know that you don't have to look far. Signature Bank was founded in Chicago with a simple mission to help companies like yours grow, succeed, and thrive. Their decisions are made locally by a terrific team that knows your name, cares about your business, and invests in your success. That's why Signature Bank is my bank. I'm a customer. As business owners, they knew that local family-owned businesses were not getting the help they needed or deserved. So I invite you to reach out to my friends at Signature Bank today. Write the number down. Remember this phone number, Signature Bank, 773-467-5630, and learn all about this great bank, 773-467-5630, or visit them online at signaturebank.bank. That's signaturebank.bank. Signature Bank makes commercial banking personal. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down, get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Captid Pegol, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Welcome back to Ask Hassellus.
I give up. Where are they?
Who?
Hassellus Mattress employees.
Hassellus Mattress showrooms really are employee-free. Give our mattresses a try with no pushy sales guy.
Don't believe it.
You won't believe our prices either. Beauty Rest, Sealy Posturepedic, and more for way less. Free next day delivery, too.
Sure. Next you'll say I can get a free adjustable base with my purchase through Monday.
As a matter of fact, yes.
Oh, come on.
Find an employee-free showroom near you at Hassellus.com.
Hey, it's Scott Jennings inviting you to join me on the unforgettable Gulf of America cruise happening this November 2026. Imagine it, turquoise waters, white sand, beaches, incredible food, and insightful conversations about the future of our great country. Mike Gallagher and I will dive into the issues shaping America as we cruise through some of the most stunning destinations while honoring the 250th anniversary of our nation. Text cruise to 94878 or visit scottjenningsshow.com and click the cruise banner to sign up today.
Sign up for the AM 560 Answer Advantage to get early alerts on event ticket sales, special discounts, and contest opportunities. Sign up today at 560theanswer.com/advantage.
Taking a look at the roads from the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Sue Aller. Traffic is moving fairly well overall. On the Edens, you've got 15 minutes inbound, 14 outbound between Lake Cook and Montrose. The Kennedy is light, 8 minutes in and out from Montrose to the Byrne Interchange. On the Eisenhower, it's 16 minutes inbound and outbound between Wolf and the Old Post Office, but expect stop-and-go outbound delays as you approach Austin Boulevard following an earlier crash. The Stevenson runs 24 minutes inbound, 23 outbound from Veterans Memorial to Lakeshore Drive, and on the Dan Ryan, it's 14 minutes inbound, 11 outbound from 95th to the Byrne Interchange. You are slow on the express lanes inbound between 35th Street and the Stevenson. This report is a service of the AM 560 Advantage. Membership has its privileges, including early access to event tickets, exclusive contest opportunities, and special members-only content. Join today at 560theanswer.com/join. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now the latest forecast from the Air Right Heating and Cooling Weather Center.
Today will not be as cold, starting with sunshine before clouds move in. The high will reach 24. Tonight, expect cloudy skies with snow developing later, leading to 1 to 3 inches of accumulation. Road conditions will worsen, so anticipate a slow and slippery morning commute. The low will be around 20. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Alpha Wealth Group, bringing the trilogy of estate, tax, and investment planning together. Visit alphawealthgroup.com for a free report.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. You know, the funniest thing about Don Lemon, well, besides changing the pronunciation of his last name from Lemon to Lemon. It's high society. But the funniest thing about him traipsing around Mogadishu, Minnesota, and St. Paul, apparently, being part of a goon squad, disrupting a prayer service church. Funniest thing about it is that microphone he runs around with in his parka that's got a flag on it, DL. Who are you with? I'm with DL News, Don Lemon. One guy, I represent a big news operation, Don Lemon. Because he's a serious journalist, so you need a microphone with a flag on it. Emily Jashinsky, on a serious note, Emily Jashinsky is a columnist for Unheard. She posted on X her concerns with a picture of Don Lemon, and I didn't know they were related, but apparently they are. Hi, friends. This is my Uncle Don, she writes. He is unemployed, but spends most days talking into his computer, where he says people pay him to comment on the news. Where he says people pay him to comment on the news. We believe he thinks he's some sort of television anchor. A few days ago, he left his home in New York City, then appeared on social media in Minnesota. If you see him, please let him know. The family is worried for his safety. This is his only jacket. That one you've seen him, that little parka he's wandering around in. No, so I mean, if you do see him, if you're up in, Minnesota way, and you do see him, please do report back to Emily. She's concerned about her Uncle Don, as she should be. What about Pramila Jayapal on MSNBC? This is the line they're taking, that the violence that you see with your lion eyes on the streets of Mogadishu, Minnesota, and the surrounding area. That's been incited by Trump, don't you know? Trump is trying to incite violence. Thankfully, the decent people that have organically come out into the streets to protect their neighbors against the jackbooted thugs of ICE are too disciplined to take Trump's bait.
The ICE and CBP agents are making Minnesota less safe, not more safe. Now you add in the threat of a militarized force that has so rarely been used on American soil against civilian protesters who are exercising their First Amendment rights. And you essentially create even more of a tinderbox than we already have. And I think what is important is that the residents of Minnesota understand that Trump is trying to get them to incite all kinds of violent protest. And they are very disciplined. They are peaceful protesters exercising their constitutional rights.
Peaceful protesters exercising their constitutional rights. Exactly. Like this guy yesterday, who was part of the group of droogs and mooks, mobsters, vandals, thugs, and cretins that broke into City's Church in St. Paul to offer their unhinged, ignorant, hysterical, deranged, vulgar, and profane rants while people were trying to pray. This guy, he's pretty easy to pick out. He's the guy with the ski hat that says F Trump on it. His Sunday best.
As you can see, all these pretend Christians, all these comfortable white people who are living lavish, comfortable lives while children are dragged into concentration camps. You're living real life, nice lives with your lattes, doing absolutely nothing for your Latino and Somali brothers and sisters. You come here to a man wearing a suit. Is a preacher? Did Jesus wear a suit? Did Jesus profit off the words? No! Jesus would dine with immigrants. Do not touch me. Touch me again and see what happens.
Hey, you can't.
You are a fake Christian. Why are you not standing with your Somali and Latino communities? Why do I not see you out at Whipple every day protesting this attack on humanity? Where are you? You're sinners. You're pretending to be Christians. But we know you live an easy life, don't you? A very easy life while people are starving. Shame. Out now. Out now.
Very Christ-like. Don Lemon thanked that gentleman for his service.
People who are wearing the uniform now, you think they're patriots?
I don't think so, especially those ICE agents.
That's
No,
what I'm talking
no,
about. Yeah. Well,
no, they're terrorists. They're traitors.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for your service. I appreciate.
It's quite a service that F. Trump ski hat dude, who I guess goes by the social media handle Woke Farmer too. He's allegedly some sort of farmer, and I do say allegedly. Thank you for your service. That's what service looks like to the left. 312-642-5600. Give us a call or text. And the postmortem from the bearded goon with the F. Trump ski hat, that came yesterday.
Yesterday, I went into a church with Nakima Armstrong and I protested these white supremacists. A pastor of the church is a f***ing ICE leader in the city. How can you be a f***ing pastor and be a f***ing ICE agent? F*** 'em. They want to come after me? F*** 'em. How can they live so comfortably while the people from Somalia that are in this country legally, that have citizenship, can't even go to their mosque and pray? How do they deserve any different? Those Nazis. Come and get me, Pam Bondi, you traitorous bitch. All power to the people.
Okay. Well, it's good. I'm glad he's leveling himself up to make sure the DOJ doesn't forget about him. Speaking of that organizer of, and these are her words, a clandestine operation in and around Mogadishu, Minnesota. Don Lemon caught up with her too. Tried to give her a little kiss on the cheek because, you know, they're fellow travelers, before the dogged interview by this serious journalist. Come and get me, Pam Bondi. Just hold that thought. Here's Lemon.
How are you? Good to see you. They're getting the operation together again. This is an operation that is secret, that they invited folks out. Can't tell you what is going to happen, but you're going to watch it live unfold here on the Don Lemon Show. There are for this reason, it may look like MAGA coded, but there's a reason they have so many white people here. I'm just going to be honest. It's because of the operation that they're doing today. It's important to have allies, as they said, white allies here.
Need honkies.
So
a few token honkies, sure.
That is what I could say. I turned our camera off of them because they're giving some critical information here. But there we go. Everybody's ready to go. Let's go. Okay. Thank you guys thanks you for allowing me to be here. Thank you guys.
Okay.
How are you? Good to see you. We're on. We're not saying what it is, what's going on, but thank you. Tell us why you're doing this.
So
this is Nakima Levy Armstrong. She's on the show
Nakima
on Friday.
Levy Armstrong, civil rights attorney, longtime activist here in the community. And, we protest and do activism in all kinds of ways. This is Operation Pull Up, more of a clandestine operation. We show up somewhere that is a key location. They don't expect us to come there. And then we disrupt business as usual. So that's what we're about to go do right now. We've had a lot of success with the times we have done Operation Pull Up.
Yeah.
After George Floyd was killed, we went to the Police Federation head's home and staged a demonstration there. We also went to the head of the U.S. Marshals from Minnesota after Winston Smith was killed by the U.S. Marshals. We went there after Dante Wright was killed.
We get it. Operation Pull Up, disrupting operations. Huh. Well, Harmeet Dillon had something to say about these organized clandestine operations to disrupt law enforcement activity in and around Mogadishu, Minnesota. Harmeet Dillon, the head of the Civil Rights Division at Department of Justice, on the possibility of prosecuting these individuals who broke into city's church in St. Paul, the clandestine operation that Don Lemon was so dutiful in detailing.
The FACE Act has been mentioned as one of the predicates there. In other cases, the Biden DOJ used the Klan Act conspiracy charges tacked on to the FACE Act in the case of protests outside abortion clinics to bring much longer sentences. So there are a number of tools available to us. Who funded this? What else? What other crimes may have occurred? Was there a use of the wires or the mails in preparing for this event? Did anyone cross state lines to do this? All of those are potential predicates for additional federal charges.
Yeah, the FACE Act is not just about abortion clinics. And since the Biden administration set such a precedent by imprisoning peaceful prayer warriors outside an abortion clinic, right back at you. It's also about the free expression of religious conscience. And that was disrupted by those goon squads in St. Paul. And that's why Harmeet Dillon is invoking the FACE Act. But there's more. Don, listen up.
Yeah, the Klan Act is one of the most important federal civil rights statutes, and it goes back to the time when President Lincoln emancipated the slaves, and yet the southern states, Dixiecrats mainly, were refusing to give them equal rights. And in fact, that you had sheriffs and you had law enforcement harassing the newly freed slaves. So the Klan Act is a law that makes it illegal to terrorize citizens, to violate their civil rights, to get together and conspire to violate the civil rights. It is often used against law enforcement, but is now used against others as well. So whenever anyone conspires to violate the protected civil rights of American citizens, the Klan Act can be used to bring a conspiracy charge. We, in the federal law enforcement parlance, call this 241 and 242 civil and criminal conspiracies. And so what the Biden administration did is, if 3 grandmas got together to pray outside an abortion clinic for the souls of the people inside, and including the unborn children, they would say, oh, that's not just a violation of the Klan Act, that's a conspiracy to violate the civil rights of women going in there to get abortions. And so we're going to add additional charges and punish that more and make it from a misdemeanor under the FACE Act to a felony under the Klan Act.
So you heard that could include clandestine activities of these of groups like the one Don Lemon was documenting. And you heard the organizer talk about disrupting not just law enforcement operations, but the operations of private enterprises and private institutions by extension. Was there involvement there in the incursion into that church in St. Paul? Oh, well, Don Lemon wants everybody to know he's just a journalist. After getting word back that Harmeet Dillon was, and DOJ by extension, looking with interest at the activities of his friends and potentially him.
MAGA administration and the fake news MAGAs are losing their mind over something that's not even true. So let me just make it clear, because this assistant attorney general, I don't know, what's her name? Something Hammett.
He's really up on the news.
Yeah. So,
good newsman deal.
I had no affiliation to that organization. I didn't even know they were going to this church until we followed them there. We were there chronicling protests. Once the protest started in the church, we did an act of journalism, which was report on it and talk to the people who were involved, which included the pastor, members of the church, and members of the organization. That's it. It's called journalism. First Amendment, all that stuff. For all of you people who believe in the First Amendment, absolutist, There you go. So why don't you talk to the actual person who is in charge of the organization and whose idea it was to have the protests at the church before you start blaming me for stuff for which you have no idea.
Yeah. I'm just a journalist. Thank you for your service. 312-642-5600. Turnkey, that's our call-in and our text-in line if you want to get involved in this discussion like Tim in Woodstock does. Tim?
Hi, good morning, Dan. Hi, good morning. Hey, I thought what he was talking about, the guy was talking about people with an easy life drinking lattes. These are all affluent leftists mostly out there that have really nothing to do and really are contributing nothing to the, being useful in daily life. But it's kind of amusing, the disdain that the left has for the Christian faith and, just the utter disdain and they have no use for the Christian faith normally, but now they're lecturing congregants on a Sunday morning that they're not being Christian enough and like taking the what would Jesus do approach. And, where if these Christians were out protesting abortion somewhere or trying to reach women to show them there's other alternatives, they'd be being mocked, they'd be being threatened. And then my other point real quick, was just that, Muslims aren't exactly a unified people. And they're not exactly out there in the streets with all these people. And with Don Lemon and his cowardly band, when they would go try to go into a mosque and question Muslims why they're not out in the street, of course they wouldn't. Of course they wouldn't. It's only Christians that they're targeting here.
Thanks for the call. Well, of course. Yeah. I mean, that's why, it's completely unsurprising. These are the same sorts of individuals that vandalized, burned down churches and pro-life pregnancy centers and the offices of pro-life organizations after the Dobbs decision. Hundreds. Perhaps the most underreported story of the last half decade. More than 500 Catholic churches vandalized, firebombed. And it's by the same sort of people that you saw beclown themselves in defiling that church in St. Paul. And then, Don Lemon, the good journalist, I mean, his exchanges with some of the parishioners there, really something to behold. It's sort of a illustration of this is what you're dealing with your off-the-shelf leftists. They don't know anything. There is no ability to critically think. You just sort of generally emote. And they don't even know that they make no sense. They don't even have any appreciation for or humility about what they don't know.
I don't necessarily agree with everything that's going on in the Twin Cities right now, but I don't think it's good to fight fire with fire. I think it's good to speak up. I think it's good to protest, but I think it's better to do it in a peaceful way. I don't think the answer is going into God's church.
You don't think this is peaceful?
Well, it's trespassing.
Nobody fighting.
It's trespassing.
Nobody's fighting in church.
How would you feel if I went to your house and I started yelling?
It depends on what I did, but not in my house. That's a whole different thing. I think these people would go inside of anybody's house.
This is the house of God.
Which makes it everybody's house.
Yes, it is. But in a house, people don't yell at each other.
Yeah. But there was a lot of yelling in my house growing up. We still loved each other.
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily mean that yelling is the answer, right?
I'm sorry?
That doesn't necessarily mean yelling is the answer, right?
No, but I think it's the way you work things out is that you talk to each other, you disagree. Sometimes it's heated, sometimes it's not. But at the end of the day, we're all human beings. And I think maybe if the pastor would try to calm things down and say, let's all talk together and make this peaceful and not be so us against them.
I think that's good to talk, but then why don't we do that, right?
Yeah.
I don't think trespassing, I think protesting on the streets is fine, but I think there's a difference between that and then going into someone's property and then...
Oh, you think? If it's God's house, then it's everybody's house. Well, yes, Don. Let me try to explain a concept, private property, to you that gentleman was trying to explain. somebody coming in your house. Depends what I did. What? So if I feel that you're doing something that is morally reprehensible, I can come in your house and yell at you? Is that what you're saying? Private property, Don, is the right, among the rights of private property, is the right to exclude. The church is private property. So yes, all who are, I'm sure, are welcome in that church, so long as they are welcome. And if they behave in such a way that makes them unwelcome, then they should leave. Because that's polite and decent and the law. That concept, as simple as that. The exchange is just so wildly dumb. I'm embarrassed I have to comment on it. But I do, in case any Don Lemon devotee is listening. What the hell are you talking about? Coming in and yelling at people in a prayer service is how we resolve our differences. Is that right? She's just a journalist, folks. Oh, and in case there was any confusion about, Don Lemon not having any functioning capacity between his ears, there's just a bunch of leftist cant that he recites regardless of the circumstances or context, which is why it comes across as nonsensical so often. This was his post-journalism discussion with the noxious and obnoxious Jennifer Welch on her podcast on those parishioners at City's Church that he was trying to have just constructively engage, just doing his job as a journalist, just trying to have a conversation. And here's the characterization.
And there's a certain degree of entitlement. I think people who are, in the religious groups like that, it's not the type of Christianity that I practice, but I think that they're entitled, and that entitlement comes from a supremacy, a white supremacy. And they think that this country was built for them, that it is a Christian country, when actually we left England because we wanted religious freedom. It's religious freedom, but only if you're a Christian and only if you're a white male, pretty much. And so, yeah, I absolutely 100%, but it's an intimidation tactic. And, I said, I don't understand how I've become the face of it when I was a journalist. I do understand that I'm the biggest name there. And I'm also, as I was on with my producers this morning, you and Kylie talk all the time. My producers were saying, I said, how did I become the face of this? And my producer said, Don, you're a gay black man in America.
Don Lemon is so Christ-like. He is sacrificing for our sins. We white supremacists. Isn't that inspired? What's that? The paraphrasing that old joke about the difference between a doctor and God. God doesn't think he's a doctor. You could insert Don Lemon into that joke. Entitled white supremacist. Really. That's what you get. Text from 630. People on the right are so effing weak. Oh, it's good to hear from the guy with the F Trump ski hat on. So effing articulate they are. Coming up at 6:36, we'll get a different kind of take on Trump's gambit for Greenland. Now we check the headlines.
Good morning. It is 5 degrees, but feels like -9 with wind chill here in Chicago on AM 560 The Answer. I'm Stace Keene in the QC Kinetics newsroom. 3 people, including 2 firefighters, were injured battling a blaze at an apartment complex last night. According to reports, that fire broke out at the complex located in the 800 block of North May Street. Officials say at one point a mayday call was issued for one of the firefighters, but that was later recalled. The condition of those injured is not known at this time, and the cause of the fire is under investigation. And federal authorities authorities have announced the arrest of a fugitive on Chicago's most wanted list. FBI Special Agent in Charge Douglas S. D. Podesta said that members of the Bureau's Violent Crimes Task Force arrested Antonio Stigler in Dolton on Friday. Stigler was charged last February with first-degree murder in connection to the killing of a pregnant woman in Riverdale in October of 2024. The FBI urges the public to review the fugitive list and report information at 1-800-CALL-FBI. This report is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Big savings on full mouth dental implants are here at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Medical insurance can make what used to cost a fortune surprisingly affordable. Don't wait. Take the 60-second quiz to see if you qualify at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. A check of the roads is coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
The more you listen, the more you'll know. This is Chicago's Morning Answer. Morning Answer on AM 560 The Answer.
On February 24th, President Trump will deliver his State of the Union address to Congress.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
And AM 560 The Answer is throwing a viewing party, and you're invited to join us for dinner at the Meridian Banquets and Conference Center in Rolling Meadows. Enjoy dinner before the speech, and then watch the speech with AM 560's Dan Proft, Sean Thompson, Jeannie Ives, Amy Jacobson, and John Anthony. Tickets are on sale now at 560theanswer.com/party. Sponsored in part by Stephen A. Leahy with Opum Tax Advocates.
What's wrong?
I have the flu.
Or are you pretending to be sick so you can lie around on the SB 9000 sofa?
One of Penny Mustard's most comfortable sofas.
Please let me suffer in peace.
Come on, fess up.
Fine, I'm not sick. I just wanted to spend the afternoon on the SB 9000.
You had me going.
Really?
In fact, oh no, I think I'm coming down with something too.
The SB 9000 sofa, starting at $33.93 at Penny Mustard.
6 Chicagoland showrooms.
PennyMustard.com.
Chicago businesses. Your phone, internet, and IT should work well 24/7. But when it doesn't, who are you calling? At Overseas Help Desk? If you want clear, reliable local experts, consider Access One. Access One has been powering Chicago businesses with secure, reliable IT solutions for over 30 years. From our headquarters right here in the West Loop, whether it's VoIP phones, dedicated internet, managed cybersecurity, cloud backups, or 24/7 support, Access One has you covered. Access One is Chicago-owned, Chicago-run, and serving thousands of companies from Naperville to the North Shore and everywhere in between. We're rated top 5% in customer satisfaction, a Better Business Bureau A+ rated business, and trusted by law firms, clinics, tech startups to manufacturers. Let's talk about making your IT work well. Call 800-654-1555 or visit AccessOneInc.com. That's AccessOneInc.com. Tech made personal, locally.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-682-3311. That's 800-682-3311. 800-682-3311.
Start the new year off on a healthier note by taking active liver supplements from New Nordic every day. Available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, or Wegmans.
Taking a look at the roads from the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Sue Aller. Let's start off on the south side where you do have a crash on the Bishop Ford inbound right at 159th Street to slow you down. Looking good though on the Edens. It's moving really well both ways between Lake Cook and Montrose. It's about 14 minutes. The Kennedy is light, 8 minutes in both directions between Montrose and the Byrne Interchange. No problems at all on the Eisenhower, 14 minutes both ways between Wolf and the Old Post Office. The Stevenson, that runs 23 minutes inbound, 22 outbound. inbound from Veterans Memorial and Lakeshore Drive, and the Dan Ryan is 15 minutes inbound, 11 out from 95th to the Burn Interchange. You are slow on the express lanes inbound between Pershing Road and the Stevenson. This report is a service of Straight Talk Wireless. Don't let data limits hold you back from being the gift master in the family group chat. Switch to Straight Talk Wireless and get real unlimited data on Verizon 5G network. Straight Talk, available at straighttalk.com or Walmart. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now the latest forecast from the Air Right Heating and Cooling Weather Center.
Today will not be as cold, starting with sunshine before clouds move in. The temperature will reach a high of 24. Tonight, expect cloudy skies with snow coming later, bringing 1 to 3 inches of accumulation. Roads will worsen, leading to slow and slippery conditions for tomorrow morning's commute. The low will be around 20 degrees. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Goldilocks, offering smart security systems to homes and businesses. Call Goldilocks at 708-889-5600.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. So over the weekend, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and U.S. Ambassador to the UN, Mike Walls, were making the rounds on the talk shows, making the case for the United States' interest in Greenland, interested in acquiring, not just renting, as has been the position Trump has taken. Mike Walls on the need.
If you look at Denmark's defense expenditures, they have 0 heavy icebreakers. They really have no Navy in the Western Hemisphere to speak of, and they certainly aren't contributing in a meaningful way to the Golden Dome, space, or other types of missile defense we have to have. Meanwhile, look at Russia with over 60 icebreakers, some nuclear. The Chinese are building more. They're pushing up into the natural resources that are up there, that are increasingly exposed in the polar regions. We have to secure the United States. The Greenlanders will be better for it, and our alliance will be better for it.
And Walls continued saying this approach is thinking both about the past as well as the future.
It's looking forward in the future threats that we do see rising, both from all of our adversaries, but also it's about looking back. This area, this region was completely ignored by both NATO and Denmark, who is a great ally otherwise, but just doesn't have the resources or the capacity to do what needs to be done in the northern region. And to the, to the Democrats who say, well, they're giving you full access. Look, everybody knows that if you are renting a place or a home, you treat it differently than if you own it.
Yeah.
And from a standpoint of international law, President Trump is trying to make a deal, as President Truman tried to do in the 40s, as we did with the Virgin Islands, which we purchased from Denmark for $25 million in the 20th century. So there's nothing wrong with that, and he's doing what needs to be done.
Now, there's another aspect to this that I was not aware of until I read a piece by our next guest. It's also home to the most important data in the world. So writes David Whitehouse, former BBC science correspondent and science editor, author of several books, including Apollo 11, The Inside Story. David Whitehouse, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
You're very welcome. Thanks for having me.
The most important data in the world resides in a base in Greenland, you say?
Well, that and in the high Arctic. The base in Greenland, formerly called Thule, is a tracking station operated by the United States military. It's there by permission of Denmark. It's got a Danish flag flying over the base. And Greenland is the ideal location to track missiles, ballistic missiles launched on the Russian Kola Peninsula. They approach mainland USA from that direction. And they have it's quite an old radar now, but it's very capable to actually look at that area when they are alerted by satellites which detect the infrared glow from a launch. They immediately lock onto it and determine its trajectory and its intent. So the base there, which is much smaller than it used to be, is a vital part of warning of a Russian aggression and any Russian launch, which you have to find out about. But not only Greenland, but also another territory 1,000 kilometers north of Norway called Svalbard, which is the most important satellite communication station on Earth, because it deals with polar satellites, and as they converge in their orbits across the pole, across Greenland and Svalbard, it's an ideal place for download and uplink. So the Arctic is not just minerals, it's not just oil, it's also, as you say, the most important data in the world.
Well, and Svalbard, as you write, there's a complication there that, unbeknownst to me, until as I said, I read your piece, which is this deal that goes back to 1920, a treaty between Norway and Russia that certainly the United States intelligence and military is aware of, and perhaps as the source of one of the concerns about renting versus owning Greenland.
Well, Svalbard is, as you say, from the 1920 agreement, the treaty, is Norwegian territory. But Russia has the right to put settlements there. And indeed, signatories of the Svalbard Treaty, and I think there are some 17 to 20 signatories, including the United States, most of Europe, Australia, Japan, New Zealand, they have the right to live there and settle there without visas. So it's an international community, and military activity is limited, though not completely banned. And the Russians do have a base there, ostensibly a coal mining base, but it's loss-making. It doesn't do a great deal. It's there for a presence. And of course, we all know that Russia is very adept, very keen on cyber stalking, on infiltrating the cyber structure of the West. And if it's in a base which is right next door to the world's biggest satellite receiving station, suspicions are aroused as to what actually is it doing there, even though it's there legally.
And we're only a couple of years removed from a military-style parade in Russian settlements in Svalbard.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, so it's just this idea that there is, real connection to the motherland, and whatever the black letter was in that 1920 treaty doesn't mean that it is something that is particularly important to be abided in the mind of President Putin.
Well, I think you're quite right there. There is an interpretation as to what's going on in the last few years, is that as Svalbard and the high Arctic in general is becoming more interesting and important strategically, that Russia is pushing at the edges. It's pushing the envelope of the treaty. It's trying also to put the other nations in a difficult position. So perhaps it is trying to maneuver itself into somehow being the defender of the Svalbard Treaty, which it could possibly make a move on. But it's unlikely to be significant military activity there because it is so remote and so difficult to get to that it would make sending troops to Ukraine, look very easy indeed. This is a very difficult, distant, inhospitable place. Russia's Northern Fleet is not as extensive as many people think, and it's a long supply lines, difficult to live in. So who knows what they're going to do, but certainly the cyber attack on all this data is something that is considerably easier than putting boots on the ground.
Well, that's where I was going. So what they can do is disrupt what we're trying to do.
Yeah.
And that's not immaterial.
Oh, certainly not. As we've said, it's the most important data in the world. This, because it's in high Arctic and because from polar satellites, which polar satellites are the only satellites that can fly over every square inch of the globe, and their orbits converge over the poles, so you communicate with them more effectively in polar regions, uplink, downlink. Mostly this is scientific information from scientific satellites. But scientific information is also dual use in terms of military. For instance, the weather forecast and the internet traffic over the Ukraine and Russia is very important militarily. But there are, in the high Arctic, in other areas of Norway, military bases being built with the cooperation of the United States, which are military oriented, and disrupting this data, which also includes internet shopping data, would be very serious. I mean, clearly Russia wants to investigate this. There have been unexplained, mysterious cuttings of the data cable between Svalbard and northern Norway, and indeed also in the Baltic, which Russia has denied. But when you look at the data and you find that there was a Russian trawler which spent several weeks and passed over the precise location of the cut 20 times, you know what is going on. We have workarounds, but clearly this is a source of tension, of conflict, the direction of which we do not know where it's going.
Seems to me like these are the kinds of things that Trump and his team should be articulating publicly as well, to generate greater understanding of the value here, as well as the threat if we if the United States does not have control of Greenland.
Well, yes, this is just as important. The data that's received in these high Arctic latitudes is extremely important. Although, personally, I think it's apart from the fact of ownership, Trump has got everything he wants from Denmark and can have everything he wants from northern Norway outside the demilitarization zone of Svalbard. They will put as many bases, they will upgrade their technology, they will cooperate as much and increase their spending on defense as a result of what Trump has said about European defense spending overall. So there is a route to a good future here, where we take into account this aggression and the incursions and observe what might happen without having to own the territory in which you land on. And certainly talking about Greenland is one thing. If President Trump wanted to move on Svalbard, then that is a direct confrontation with Russia.
Interesting. And so, what is your handle on NATO's reflexive recalcitrance on this, such that they'll endure tariffs and they'll call for summits and make statements of solidarity and so forth? Is this just them feeling like they can't look to be genuflecting before Trump? They have to at least feign a spine when it comes to Trump's demands?
Well, I'm not a defense expert, but I have many contacts in this world. Certainly, everybody's bowled for six, to use an English expression by Trump. People do not know how to read Trump as to how much is rhetoric, how much is to demand attention, how much is to shock, and then settle for something a few steps back from what he claims. What is the negotiation? What is the reality? NATO and governments in general do not know how to deal with this. So the response has been very interesting. First of all, Trump is extremely right in saying that Europe has piggybacked off America for far too long and we ought to pay more for our defense. But also there are people thinking that, well, how long can Trump stay in command? Trump is a year into his final 4-year terms. We all know that as your end of term approaches, your power declines because you are no longer the future, and people look towards the future. So there's a bit of hedging, I gather, of wanting to deal with what Trump says substantially, and also a little bit of foot dragging because they don't know exactly what the future will bring and which direction Trump is going. But I think it's unanimous over here that nobody wants to sell Greenland.
Is it something perhaps also less redeemable afoot, and that is, been very difficult to get Western Europe to stop buying oil and gas from Russia. Yes. You have Mark Carney in Canada doing a complete 180 on China. Is it also that these Western European leaders, while they're standing up to Trump, so they say, or so they portend, that they're also playing footsie with Putin and Xi?
Yeah, this is the hard political reality, isn't it? Because you need energy, and Europe has completely messed up its energy policy, its energy supply by going down the net zero route. Look what Germany has done with its energy supplies by closing down nuclear reactors and closing down gas-fired power stations so much. It has made its energy expensive. It has made its economy uncooperative. Britain is going exactly in the same direction. And for what oil and gas it does have, it's relied on Putin. So it has to change that. And this change, 20 years of environmental campaigning has got Germany and Britain into this process. It's going to be many years to come out. I mean, Norway is a savior in this response because Norway's got access to so much oil. Britain has got access to shale gas, which it refuses to get out of the ground. So you're quite right. The oil and the gas, which keeps the wheels turning of our civilization, where you get it from, is a vital factor in this. And Putin, you could argue that aside from its nuclear missiles, Putin's only great card, if you like, is his oil, is his energy, his gas. It's a small superpower in many respects. Its economy is, I think, less than that of Texas. It is increasingly have economic problems, and the population are dissatisfied with what's happening in Ukraine. So yes, threats of strategic strikes and control of its energy supply are his main cards. And so Europe is in this position where it has got Trump on one hand saying one thing, it's got the economic realities of keeping the lights on with energy from the other direction, and it has to find a lot more money to spend on defense. These are difficult times.
David Whitehouse, former BBC science correspondent and science editor, author of several books, including Apollo 11, The Inside Story. David Whitehouse, thanks so much for joining us. Very interesting take on this. Very helpful. And I'm Dan Propp, Chicago's Morning Answer.
It's like a hot, steaming cup of information to start your day. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer. Gain insight into building strong marriages and raising godly children with Focus on the Family with Jim Daly each weekday at 11:30 a.m. on our sister station, AM 1160, Hope for Your Life. AM 560, The Answer.
That sounds means it's time for In-Depth History with Frank, the history teacher from Arlington Heights, because there's nothing new in this world, just the history you don't know, and Frank does. Frank, take it away.
Good morning. Over 35 years ago, the legendary Walter Payton was a part owner of a restaurant called the Big Kahuna on Arlington Heights, a huge building on the south side of town that is now a Cooper's Hawk. It eventually closed because of, ironically, being denied a liquor license. Practically across the street from the restaurant was once the home of Ray Meyer, legendary coach of DePaul. It was also back in the day before NIL, when college sports was paid for with something that evidently used to have actual value, a college degree. DePaul dominated so decisively in the late 70s through the 80s that its fall should serve as a warning to us all. Because DePaul just couldn't sit still, could it? Not satisfied with the new Conference USA in the mid-90s, it then had to shoot for the stars and join the very impractical Big East, where it has been a dismal basement dweller ever since. Not to be outdone, misinterpreting luck for skill, meaning avoiding the 1 and 2 seeds in its run to the Final Four, Loyola decided a few years later to make an equally implausible move to the now misnamed Atlantic 10. It's in way over its head and plays teams it has no traditional ties to except Dayton and St. Louis. Evidently the success they had, though, wasn't enough. Speaking of needs versus wants, what exactly is wrong with Soldier Field? Quite a bit, I guess, as the other day the Arlington Heights mayor and 2 of the 3 simps we have as state legislators held a press conference to basically beg the biggest kahuna in Illinois of them all, also known as he whose next-door mansion once hath no toilet, to back a bill that allows the Bears to negotiate lower property tax rates. So out of touch. Arlington Heights has always been a nice, quiet suburb. The last thing it needs is this Bears stadium, which would, in the words of a former president, fundamentally transform it into something completely unrecognizable. No doubt the feral instinct for other people's money that resides in the hearts of our betters in government is a driving force behind this latest scheme. But the Bears can move to London, for all I care.
Wow, Frank from Arlington Heights going full NIMBY on us. I would have thought, I mean, do you live next to the Arlington Park footprint?
No, but it would just ruin the town. It would. That would become the focus of the town. You'd have so much traffic and lights and glitz and sounds and everything in the media. Who wants that? It's a nice suburb. I don't know why there's the switch. So
maybe they'll reopen the Big Kahuna and Caleb Williams can own it or something, and that could be a local watering hole.
Well, a kahuna, the Big Kahuna in Hawaii is supposed to be like a really good surfer. So what I'd like to see is J.B. Pritzker surfing after he gets defeated in November when he goes on vacation. That would be a sight to see.
It would be. I can't imagine the technology that would go into having to construct a surfboard that could keep him upright on the water. But one other comment too, that the DePaul thing is great. Mm-hmm. Were you like me when you saw the news about that point shaving scandal last week? She said, how are DePaul players you have to bribe DePaul players to get blown out beyond the spread? I mean, it's routine.
It is, although I thought I heard there were 3 and 4 in the Big East this year, so they're maybe moving up a little bit. I don't know, but that whole point shaving scheme, just the betting stuff, ridiculous. It really is.
Yeah, college sports is going to a bad place, but we're going to have a larger discussion about Soldier Field or the new Bears home at a later date. Frank, thanks as always. Appreciate it. It is now 7 o'clock on AM 560 WIND Chicago.
The American House Speaker addresses British lawmakers. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
It is a profound honor to be speaking in Parliament today, to be the first U.S. Speaker of the House ever given this honor.
House Speaker Mike Johnson a few hours ago saying the world needs a strong U.S. and U.K. working together amid new trade tension.
We've always been able to work through our differences calmly as friends.
This as Britain and other European allies consider retaliating to President Trump's new tariffs for opposing a U.S. takeover of Greenland. It's now part of Denmark, but overnight the president posted an AI image on Truth Social of him planting an American flag in Greenland with a sign, U.S. territory established 2026.
President Trump later today will be going to the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. The president says he spoke with the Secretary General of NATO, Mark Rutte. Trump says Rutte committed to finding a way forward on Greenland. Trump says he told him that Greenland is imperative for national security. Only the U.S. can secure it, and that there can be no going back.
Fox's Rich Edson at the White House. Adding to the trade tension, France's president's critical of a Trump-created Board of Peace to oversee the next phase of the Gaza ceasefire. President Trump told reporters late last night,
what I'll do is, if they feel like Costo, I'll put a 200% tariff on his wines and champagnes, and he'll join. But he doesn't have to join.
This is Israel demolishes in Jerusalem headquarters for the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees. Israeli forces also now at a Palestinian trade school. They can hardly believe it, but they're celebrating in Indiana a college football national championship.
This is an awesome moment. As a Hoosier, I'm a junior at IU. They sucked my freshman year, but they're amazing now, but I love them always.
Indiana football never even won 10 games in a season, but after beating Miami 27-21 in the national title game, they finished a perfect 16-0, led by Heisman Trophy winning quarterback Fernando Mendoza. He scored the game-winning touchdown. America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning. It is 5 degrees, but feels more like -9 in Chicago on AM 560 The Answer. I'm Stace Keene in the QC Kinetics newsroom. Republican candidates for governor discussed issues facing Illinois at a forum northwest of Chicago last night. Jim Talamonte has the story.
All 4 GOP candidates gathered at Gat Guns in East Dundee. DuPage County Sheriff James Medrick said crime is out of control.
That's because of the Safety Act, which I vow to get rid of. The day one, Safety Act is gone. Executive order. We're violating federal law. It should not be allowed. It's causing us to spend billions.
Former WirePoint's president Ted Dabrowski said he would be the most prepared to start as governor on day one.
I don't need to figure out what's going on, because I've been doing it for the last 15 years. 2, thank you. 2, I know that other groups are talking about doing Doge. I've been doing Doge for 15 years.
Dabrowski, Medrick, Darren Bailey, and Rick Heidner all agreed on the importance of protecting Second Amendment rights in Illinois. I'm Jim Talamonte.
Airbags are becoming a hot commodity for thieves in Hyde Park. Chicago police are warning residents that thieves in the area are targeting Honda Civic airbags. Officials say those airbags fetch a high price on the black market and warn that replacing them is very costly. Officials say one of the best ways to protect your car from airbag theft is to invest in a club which goes across the steering wheel, making it more difficult for the thieves to access. And the Federal Reserve System has released its latest beige book on U.S. economic conditions. The Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago reported little change in the 7th District, which includes parts of Illinois, along with 4 other states. This report is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Big savings on full mouth dental implants are here at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Medical insurance can make what used to cost a fortune surprisingly affordable. Don't wait. Take this 60-second quiz to see if you qualify at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. A check of the roads is coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
Mike Gallagher would like some clarification.
We are not asking ICE not to do ICE things. We are asking this federal government to stop the unconstitutional conduct that is invading our streets each and every day.
What does that mean? Because the average anti-ICE protester doesn't want even the existence of these ICE officers in their streets.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Alex Marlowe at 11 on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicagoland certified financial planning professional Tim Stearns discusses taxes in retirement.
Most people are paying more in taxes and keeping less of their money to live and do what they enjoy. That's why we've put out the retirement tax bill calculator online. You can see with your own eyes just how much you might be overpaying. It's a valuable tool, $500 value, but we made it free for you to view and run your own numbers at MVPCFP.com. That's MVPCFP.com.
To run your retirement tax bill calculator, go to MVPCFP.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Cornerstone Securities, LLC.
Welcome to another edition of Tuesdays with Tim. My friend Tim Stearns, a certified financial planner with TJ Stearns Financial Planning in Arlington Heights. Tim, how are you? Welcome back.
Doing well. Thanks for having me.
Tim, for more than 25 years, you've been helping clients achieve financial security and peace of mind. Can you give our listeners some examples of how you've helped clients over the years?
A couple of your listeners called in. They're a married couple. They're in their 60s. They were really concerned and tired of trying to manage their own investments. So their accounts were quite big, but they felt like they needed a little help with it so they didn't screw up at this stage of the game. So they couldn't afford to lose any money in the market moving forward, and trying to manage retirement on a fixed income was kind of a daunting task for them. So with about $1.5 million in 401k savings and other stocks and bonds, we rearranged their portfolio so that they had guaranteed future income, less volatility in the market, and of course tax savings. So now they have this peace of mind because they know that they have a protect and grow blueprint.
Thank you, Tim. If you're in your 50s or 60s, I want you to speak with my friend Tim Stearns, TJ Stearns Financial Planning. Tim will help you structure and optimize your savings to prepare for 20 to 30 years of enjoyable retirement. Call Tim today to schedule your free consultation and get your free Protect and Grow blueprint. Call 1-800-640-2256. Again, that number, 800-640-2256. Tell him I sent you when you call Tim at 800-640-2256.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Captid Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait, and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Taking a look at the roads from the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Sue Aller. You're jammed on the Dan Ryan Express lanes inbound right now with a crash at 47th Street. It takes out the left lane, and on the main roadway, it's 22 minutes inbound from 95th to the Burn Interchange. Outbound is 11. The Stevenson from Veterans Memorial to Lakeshore, 34 minutes. Outbound is 24. The Eisenhower is getting busy inbound from Wolf to the old post office, 25 minutes. Outbound is 19. Still in great shape on the Eden, 16 minutes both ways from Lake Cook to Montrose, and just 10 minutes in both directions on the Kennedy. From Montrose to the Burn Interchange. In Posen, watch out for an accident with injuries on 147th Street right at the Tri-State. This report is the service of the AM 560 mobile app. Listen to AM 560 on your smartphone or mobile device when you download the AM 560 mobile app at 560theanswer.com/mobile. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now the latest forecast from the Air Right Heating and Cooling Weather Center.
Today will not be as cold, starting with sunshine before clouds move in. The temperature will reach a high of 24. Tonight, expect cloudy skies with snow coming later, bringing 1 to 3 inches of accumulation. Roads will worsen, leading to slow and slippery conditions for tomorrow morning's commute. The low will be around 20 degrees. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is sponsored by Protecting Your Assets with Steve Shyman. Listen Saturday mornings at 8. Learn more at willsave.com.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560. The Answer.
Sports and politics and sports and politics and sports and politics and intersection. Arrogance and ignorance. Arrogance, ignorance, and arrogance and ignorance. Intersection.
Frank from Arlington Heights got me thinking, talking about the point-shaving indictments that were announced last week. You had the high-profile ones from several weeks back before the first of the year of Chauncey Billups and a couple of current NBAers involved with mobsters and fixing prop bets, as well as these phony card games, poker games that were set up. Wild. But this was interesting. Didn't get that much attention because the fixers went after mid-level talent at mid-level with mid-level teams. Draw less scrutiny. Also, this is an area where if you pay a kid on a team like DePaul, at least the DePaul, of this era, not the DePaul of the Mark Aguirre, Terry Cummings era, but of this era, the last couple of 3 years, which is when this happened, you're talking about players on that team that are probably not enjoying significant NIL money, and so you can come in. For example, one of the games in question, the indictments that were announced last week, Tulane at East Carolina in February of 2024. The fixers allegedly offered Tulane's leading scorer, Kevin Cross, $30,000 to ensure the Green Wave didn't cover the 2.5-point spread. One of the fixers had about $220,000 in bets on the game. Cross scored a season-low 4 points on 0 of 2 from the field. That's a little too obvious, maybe. Well, not maybe, apparently, because he got caught. And Tulane did not cover, as per the fix. One of the games involving DePaul players was March of 2024, Butler at DePaul. Multiple players offered payments to ensure the Blue Demons didn't cover 6.5-point spread. They were down 18 at the break. Fixers placed wagers totaling $123,000, so you can sort of extrapolate in terms of what the bribes to DePaul players were. Not that much in the grand scheme of things, because these are not guys making a lot of money. But the larger issue is about gambling. We're talking about sports here, and this is since the 2018 Supreme Court decision that struck down the federal law that had a moratorium on sports gambling outside of Nevada and limited parlay wagering in Oregon, Delaware, Montana. So now, since that decision, 40 jurisdictions offer legal sports wagering. 32 allow for mobile wagering on apps like DraftKings and FanDuel. But I'm thinking about this in the larger context from a public policy perspective, and here come the politics. Because it's available doesn't mean you have to indulge it. It's a choice that Illinois has made, for example, to have, and including at the municipal level, to have these video poker machines and video poker gaming halls every square block in places like West Central Cook County. In addition to the lottery, in addition to sports books, in addition to casinos. And the question is this good public policy? Do you want to see this? Not just what it does to college sports, but and the professional as well, prop bets in particular. All this talk about prop bets and capping how much can be wagered on any particular game and so on and so forth. But that's all sort of addressing symptoms. That's starting from the premise that all of this, the ubiquity of gambling, is either neutral and you shrug your shoulders, or it's even a good, because it's your marginal entertainment dollar. And accessible for people all over, with opportunities all over, and it throws off a few shekels for the state, and another CPS teacher gets her pension. But is it? Do you find it curious that, I don't know, you don't have video poker halls in Kenilworth? But you do up and down North Avenue from, say, Elmhurst to Oak Park? You have some communities where it's every other storefront, in addition to bars and restaurants. You have gas stations now. Ricky Rockets. Gas stations as a delivery mechanism for gambling. Gas stations that are bars that then can be gambling halls. You think this is how we throw off opportunities in Illinois? How we make this a destination place? How we keep people here? The bread and circuses of one-armed bandits? (312-642-5600). Give us a call or a text if you want. Are you happy with the expansion of gambling in Illinois, for example, and with more in the offing, ostensibly? Everything is just a vehicle to gamble. I can only imagine it would be an interesting experiment to try to assess what viewership and ticket sales and the salaries of college now and professional sports, I repeat myself, what they would be if gambling was prohibited. We also don't need to study the impact that the ubiquity of gambling has on communities. Remember, not only were the casinos, going back all the way to the end of Jim Thompson and the beginning of Jim Edgar and the advent of casinos in Illinois, not only were they billed as a great revenue source for the city, for the city and state, to complement the lottery that was, of course, going to solve our K through 12 school funding issues forever and ever. Amen. Did they? Is that what happened? It was economic development. We were going to rescue dying river towns like Elgin and Aurora. Is that what happened? You think a casino in the south suburbs is going to turn that into what it was before the Cook County property tax classification system destroyed it over the last 40 years? You think it's going to bring all those people back who moved to Northwest Indiana or Will County or Tennessee or Texas or Arizona or Florida? This is the revitalization program. Do you find it distasteful and discouraging to go into your local breakfast joint and see, a handful of senior citizens putting their Social Security check into one of these one-armed bandits? Text from 708, there are no more Bedford Falls. Every town has become Pottersville. Well, right, but I mean, we're also sort of doing it to ourselves. And look, I'm not like, holier than thou on this. I have been known to wager on a game from time to time. I enjoy games of chance. I play blackjack and hold'em and all of that. So I don't find anything sort of morally wrong with gambling, but we have sort of taken that permissive attitude and said, well, we don't have to. There's no need to even think about drawing any lines because we sort of underline or we sort of accept the underlying premise that, well, it's okay to play a poker game. It's okay to bet, $50 on the Bears plus the 4.5 against the Rams. And so, yeah. But you can still, I mean, I don't think this is something where it is legal and thus we have to be in a no limits environment. And that seems to me what we've done. And it crowds out higher, better uses of, well, people's money, first of all, as well as the people's money, land use, and so on and so forth. I mean, the mob economy that I keep talking about. These are growth plays, gambling, the abortion mills, marijuana dispensaries, brothels, if certain legislators in Springfield got their way. That's what you want. You want these bike combine impresarios divvying up the drug and gambling rackets, and they and those who confer the special deals and the licensures and so forth, they're going to run the place. How do you think that's going to run? And for whose benefit? Yours? (312-642-5600). Michael, Southside.
Good morning, Dan. Thank you for taking my call. And as usual, you are on point. I live on Chicago's South Side in the Chatham neighborhood, and there are 2 gas stations located around 83rd and King Drive. And my heart just sinks every time I see these people, many of whom are elderly or poor, just tossing their money away on the lottery tickets and the video games. It's just terrible.
Thanks for the call, Michael. Text from 773, people can now sit on their couch and lose all their money. It's true, but because people can do it means the state should sponsor it? I never quite understood that argument. There's a logical jump there. Because it is legal, it should be encouraged. We should be paying to market to our constituents that they should gamble, which is what we do. We should set up video gaming halls for the lonely and the desperate and the bored to while away their days there. And we're going to pretend that's not predatory. That's just, we set this up and it's just people's choices and it generates a little revenue for us. Oh, so you're in on it. You're wetting your beak is what you're saying. It's always cast in these altruistic or libertarian tones, but that's not what it is. It's predatory government. Don't gamble. Here's a hotline. But you better, because we've already spent the money we expect to realize from your gambling. Just like don't smoke, but we're going to jack the cigarette taxes. Don't drink. We're going to jack the sin taxes on liquor because it's easy to do, and we're wagging our finger. You stop doing that. We're trying to send you a message, live healthier lives, manage your money better, but please don't, because we've already budgeted for and spent the money we expect to extract from your back pocket that we can't get through your front pocket. We can't ask you for it. We can't have a referendum on it because we're going to lose. So we'll just take it by setting you up with all of these temptations, opportunities, scams. Use the word of your choice. The net of it is we're diminishing ourselves as a society. It's unmistakable. Is the ubiquity of these businesses, gambling and drugs, is that making Illinois a more attractive place? Do you feel like your quality of life is on the uptick? And again, I'm not some Methodist minister who's categorically opposed to gambling. I'm not. I've gambled more than I should on many occasions, but, I've also paid the piper. I can afford what I've done. So, but it's not even about the affording or getting in over your head. That's a part of it, of course, and the suicides and all the negatives associated with addiction. That's certainly a part of the conversation. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about just the idea that you turn your head in wide swaths of Chicagoland and you can see gambling halls as far as you can see on the horizon. Strip mall after strip mall. I mean, that's the calling card of the land of Lincoln. You think that's a testament to our advancement? Dave and Dixon.
Hello.
Hey, Dave.
Hey.
Go ahead.
Just listened to your podcast and your story about your son. Just always touches me, and I share it with other people.
I think you've got the wrong person. I don't have a son.
Okay.
Okay. All right. That's interesting. I don't know who I'm being confused for. Ralph and Rantoul.
Hey, Dan. I think gambling is a sucker's game, right? In Illinois, they're taking your house through your property taxes, and then people are opening up their wallets and intentionally just draining them so they can't make house payments, real, property tax payments, rent payments. If you have a lot of disposable income and you just recognize that as money that you're just wasting, like going to Disney World or something like that, fine, it's entertainment, but it's a problem. I have many students in my classes, especially the sports management majors, who think they have it all figured out, who as college kids are getting addicted to this online gambling. It's a scourge. It's a big problem. And we even have friends of the family. One of them's a trust fund baby. His dad's had to bail him out many times because early in their marriage, he was addicted to gambling and lost many, many, many tens of thousands of dollars. It's a problem. I don't think it's a good thing. But, hey, I don't do it, so that's probably why I'm able to look on the outside and say it's bad. If you're on the inside having fun, it's probably not so bad.
Thanks for the call, Ralph. I mean, I'm on the inside having fun, but I can still see, but you're not blind. You see what you see. And you're right about these, 12-year-olds on FanDuel or DraftKings and these prop bets. Or just even what happens at the the college level when you are actually 18 and you can do it legitimately, as opposed to doing through dad's account or something like that I know people do. Not everybody can go to a blackjack table and win $1.2 million like our governor, Maybe Diamond JB should set up seminars or something. You know, because he so wants everybody to win. Are you tired of winning with J.B. Pritzker yet? Anthony Joliet.
Hi. Yeah, Illinois, Dan, you've said it many times. Illinois has become a criminal enterprise. First lottery, then gambling. Now gambling is expanding. Drug sales all over the place. Next is prostitution. And just as a little note, I worked for a gaming company many years ago. Those machines are designed to take your money. You don't have a big chance of winning. It's designed to rob you of whatever cash you have on you.
Thanks for the call, Anthony. Right. They don't build those multi-billion-dollar casinos with the marble floors and the decked-out suites in Vegas from losing. Greg in Jefferson Park.
Hey, good morning, Dan. You know, the state of Illinois has become Pottersville with these things being everywhere. In addition to that, people, doing everything on the internet, making, betting on whether or not the kickoff is going to go more than 30 yards. I mean, it's ridiculous. But, in addition to that, a lot of people say, well, if you are trading the stock market, it's the same thing. It's like, no, it isn't. When you gamble, you assume a risk where no risk exists versus buying stocks or, playing the futures market, whatever. Whether you buy that stock or buy a commodity at the Board of Trade, that risk exists whether you get into it or not versus, nobody needs to throw 2 pairs of die to get to crap out or whatever or play the roulette. No risk exists. Nothing's going to happen to you if you don't do that versus the stocks and the investment markets, which are significantly different than gambling. But, yeah, you're right. This state is ridiculous, and time to get the hell out. Have a good one.
Thanks, Greg. Text from 708, Jace from Mount. No gambling in Elmhurst. Yeah, no, I no gambling at Bushwood either. No, I know. My point is to say, I was talking about the North Avenue corridor and that, stretch, from... I misspoke. I didn't mean from Elmhurst. I was in Elmhurst, but going east in Elmhurst, towards Oak Park, and they're gambling. I mean, the ubiquity. It's more like in, Melrose and Elmwood, and But anyway, and it's up northwest too, and West Central. It's all these towns that got bought, and where a lot of politicians got bought off by gambling interests and dope interests. And yes, my point is to say this is, a decision that's made at the state level, and then again, in many instances, made at the local level. I made the point. How interesting! There's no, Dottie's or whatever the names of these gambling halls are in Kenilworth. But they're all over the south suburbs, or west central Cook corridors. You look at a heat map on the state. You can go online and look at where are their gambling locations, and there's the entire state is just about the entire state is red. One little red pinprick after the other, digital print pick after the other. That's my point. Marty, Naperville.
Hey, real quick, Dave, just to let you know, the state kicked it up a notch. You can use credit cards to buy lottery tickets now.
It's perfect, so that's good. I'd like to finance my lottery purchases over time. Don't want to pay cash. Oh, boy. All right. Well, perfect segue, because coming up at 7:37, we're going to talk all things Illinois policy related, our weekly conversation with the WirePoints boys. Mark Lennon, founder of wirepoints.org, 7:37. Now we check the headlines.
Good morning. It is 5 degrees here in Chicago on AM 560. The Answer feels like negative 9 degrees. I'm Stace Keene in the QC Kinetics newsroom. A newly introduced bill that would bar former Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents from working in state and local law enforcement in our state is sparking intense debate, with supporters calling it a necessary accountability measure and critics warning that it could worsen police shortages and undermine public safety. State Senator Laura Fine announced the legislation, saying that it was prompted by recent immigration enforcement actions that she describes as violent and intimidating.
After what happened in Minneapolis, it was a glass break moment. Enough is enough.
3 people, including 2 firefighters, were injured battling a blaze at an apartment complex last night. According to reports, that fire broke out at an apartment building located in the 800 block of North May Street. Officials say at one point a mayday call was issued for one of the firefighters, but that was later cleared. The condition of those injured is not known at this time, and the cause of the fire is under investigation. This report is a service of the daily podcast of Chicago's Morning Answer and The Sean Thompson Show. Hear both shows with limited commercials when you subscribe for free to the daily podcast at 560theanswer.com/podcast. A check of the roads is coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
Larry Elder explains the origin of the problem.
What's the original sin here? Refusing to allow ICE to go into jails and prisons, so when these illegal aliens have served their time, they could be deported. Instead, they release them to the community, which means ICE then has to go into the community with much greater risk to extract them. Is anybody talking about that? What's the original sin here?
The Larry Elder Show. Weeknights at 8, right before Sean Hannity at 10 on AM 560. The Answer. Don't miss In Grace with Pastor Jim Scudder Jr. Now heard on Sunday mornings at 7:30. Tune in and find hope as Jim Scudder explores God's Word and His world each Sunday morning right here on AM 560. The Answer.
It's Reveille. This week marked the 1-year anniversary of the death of Katie Abraham. Katie was killed in Urbana, Illinois, when an illegal alien driving drunk slammed into the back of the car she was riding in that was stopped at a red light. Her killer should have never been in the country. He entered during the Joe Biden open border administration. In the aftermath of Katie's death, her father, Joe, has spoken up and written about the politicians and sanctuary policies that protected the killer and allowed him free reign in our state. To date, Governor Pritzker has not acknowledged Katie's death or the death of her friend that died in that same wreck. Past acknowledging Katie's death and considering an end to sanctuary policies, Joe has other questions that the politicians refuse to answer. It was stated in court that Mr. Kuckelbull is currently receiving treatment in an Illinois prison for an incurable communicable disease. What screening protocols were in place at the time he entered Illinois, and how was he able to remain in our communities without detection, testing, or treatment? What programs or resources were intended to assist him with language acquisition, cultural integration, or community orientation under existing sanctuary or migrant assistance policies? Mr. Kuckelbull indicated that he cannot read or write in any language and is essentially illiterate, yet he possessed an Illinois driver's license. How was he able to pass the written portion of the Illinois driver's test under these circumstances? Illinois will spend nearly $41 million alone on immigrant integration programs this year, and will have spent $307 million in the last 5 years on that one line item. Pritzker will spend another $25 million on welcoming centers for illegal aliens this year. The Illinois Coalition for Immigrant and Refugee Rights will receive over $41 million this year for these programs. Who's tracking these illegals? And what are these NGOs doing with our money? I'm Jeannie Ives. Join me for The Real Story on Sunday from 7 to 9 p.m. and sign up for my newsletter at breakthrough-ideas.com.
The fight against sexual exploitation begins at home. Sexual exploitation is no longer a distant issue. It's happening here in our communities, schools, and even our homes. Every day, millions of Americans are targeted and trapped through manipulation, coercion, and deception. Sexploited in America, The Invisible War is a powerful docuseries exposing the hidden systems and cultural blind spots that allow exploitation to thrive, and gives a voice to the survivors and families forever changed by it. Raw, unfiltered, deeply human, these stories reveal both the devastating realities of exploitation and the extraordinary courage of those who refuse to be silenced. Sexploited in America, the docuseries is presented by AGA Media and available to everyone now at salemnow.com.
Hair Volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Taking a look at the roads from the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Sue Aller. Jammed on the Tri-State northbound with a crash closing down the exit ramp at Halstead Street. Delays start right around Thornton Quarry. And then further north, it is slow as you approach the Eisenhower, but the Eisenhower is in great shape both ways from Wolf to the old post office. Watch out for a collision on I-57 outbound at Cal-Sag Channel. It's stop and go from 127th Street. The right lane is blocked. No problems at all on the Dan Ryan or the Stevenson. You're also looking really good. Traffic is light out there today on both the Eden and the Kennedy. This report is a service of Straight Talk Wireless. Don't let data limits hold you back from being the gift master in the family group chat. Switch to Straight Talk Wireless and get real unlimited data on Verizon 5G network. Straight Talk, available at straighttalk.com or Walmart. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now the latest forecast from the Air Right Heating and Cooling Weather Center.
Today will not be as cold, starting with sunshine before clouds move in. The high will reach 24. Tonight, expect cloudy skies with snow developing later, leading to 1 to 3 inches of accumulation. Road conditions will worsen, so anticipate a slow and slippery morning commute. The low will be around 20. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Destination Retirement with Robert Kuhn. Tune in Sunday mornings from 11 to 12 for Destination Retirement with Robert Kuhn, sponsored by Kuhn Capital Partners in Oak Brook.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
Insert Democrat socialist here.
Runs the Democratic House floor for 30 plus years running. He's promising this and he's stealing that. Where can you get that kind of money? He's using your house like his own piggy bank. You ought to know by now. You can pay off your house here in Illinois, but you can never keep up with the taxes. Oh, how it's always been the plan to have a taxpayer pay, no doubt. Not a matter of if anymore, but when. You're moving out. I said, when you're moving out.
That theme music means it's time for our weekly conversation with the wirepoints.org boys about all things Illinois policy related, and we'll get to founder of wirepoints.org, Mark Lennon, momentarily. This story piqued my interest. Suburban man killed his son's emotional support dog. 47-year-old from Bloomingdale is being held without bond after prosecutors said he killed his son's emotional support dog. His kids had confronted him about the dog's whereabouts after finding Ace's cage empty, Ace being the name of the dog. The children later found Ace, a 4-year-old mixed breed pit bull registered as an emotional support animal, on the garage floor, bleeding and swollen with a leash knotted around his neck. One kid called Mom, who came home from work, and called the police. Blood was visible around Ace's mouth and nose. The left side of his face appeared to be swollen. A wooden table leg with apparent dog hair and staining was recovered from the garage, along with a bloody pillowcase found in the backyard patio. A necropsy conducted by vets found the dog suffered injuries consistent with blunt force trauma and blood loss sufficient to cause his death, so Hanover Park police arrested this dude. I wonder if it was that illegal immigrant who works for Hanover Park police. DuPage County State's Attorney Bob Berlin. The allegations are simply unconscionable and will be met with the full force of the law. Okay. I mean, I'm all for, swift justice for those who commit acts of animal cruelty. But here's the kicker. This guy was on pretrial release in DuPage County for domestic battery, aggravated battery to a peace officer, and assault at the time of his arrest for killing Ace, the family dog. So, I mean, I just want to understand something. So, you get a walk, released pending trial, domestic battery, mom or kids, I would think, aggravated battery of a cop, and assault. He's out on pretrial release for that. He's being held without bond for killing the dog. Anybody else want to do a stop, look, and listen at the impact of the Pritzker Purge Law? A few years in now? Oh, don't worry, it's coming. Or is it? Speaking of domestic abuser, allegedly, Chris Welch is the House Speaker. He told the Springfield Press Corps that he's waiting for a report from the Chief Judge of Cook County about the impact of the Safety Act, the Pritzker Purge Law, before deciding whether to pursue any legislative changes to it. There's just one catch. The Chief Judge's office, Chief Judge of Cook County's office, says there is no Safety Act report coming. Of course not. Well, when he gets around to it, if he feels like it, then I'll look at it, and that may or may not inform any legislative changes I pursue with respect to the Safety Act. Meanwhile, you could just look at the reporting of CWB Chicago and note how many people on pretrial release for a felony have killed or attempted to kill another individual. How many more victims have been piled up at the hands of repeat violent offenders on pretrial release for felonies? You could just look at CWB Chicago's reporting. You don't need Chief Judge Beach's office to put the clips together for you. But that would be if you were interested in actually doing something to improve public safety. I mean, good grief. For more on this and related matters, Mark Lennon, founder of WirePoints, wirepoints.org. Mark, thanks for being with us. Appreciate it.
Dan, you're making me feel like an emotional yo-yo this morning. I woke up just laughing because I was listening to your segment on Don Lemon up in Minneapolis.
He is funny.
And then you hit me with the story about the dog. I'm an animal lover, and this ridiculous stuff about Welch and the lying about the Safety Act. It's just a big clown show, and I don't know what to feel anymore.
Yeah, well, I mean, I the idea of doing a bit of a what happened after we passed this law kind of look-see, it makes sense to me. I just don't think anybody really is that particularly interested to do it. So we're going to have more and more of these absurd cases. I mean, this is an absurd case, but it's less humorous when it's somebody getting killed or violated in a serious way by somebody where this could have been prevented if somebody was just held over for trial. And we've just seen that happen literally hundreds of times over the last few years since this legislation was enacted.
Yeah, I mean, how much more evidence do you need? It's been in the news constantly, thanks to CWB especially, that documents these kinds of things. Time for some tweaking, I'd say.
Let's not do anything drastic, like repeal it. I mean, just because it is deteriorating public safety or contributing to the deterioration of public safety, and it is producing more crime, preventable crime. Hey, let's not do anything drastic, just on the margins, just tinker like they did initially after Pritzker won in 2022 when he said there was nothing wrong with it, and then they had a special session to improve it. Anyway, I digress. I wanted to get your take on this, too. This is very interesting. BLM Brandon, he's the mayor of Chicago. He wants to buy back the parking meters. There's only 57 years remaining on the lease, the deal that Mayor Daley, Richard M., cut when he sold the parking meters to a consortium led by Morgan Stanley, set up in part by a middleman named Bill Daley. Yes, it's a relation. Alliance Capital Partners, Morgan Stanley, and the Sovereign Wealth Fund of Abu Dhabi, $1.15 billion for 75 years of control over the meters. We're only 18 years in, and we spent the $1.15 billion in about the first 5 minutes after the deal was cut. Now BLM Brandon wants to buy him back. Where's he going to get the money to do that, do you think, Mark?
Or the brains to negotiate a deal.
Well, let's jump off one bridge at a time, shall we?
Yeah, who in their right mind thinks they've got the capacity to negotiate a proper price on that? But there's something interesting about that deal. It wasn't a sale. It's actually what's called in the bankruptcy law an executory contract. It was styled as a franchise agreement. And if the city were in bankruptcy, actually it would be subject to being voided. That's one way to get out of it. But Brandon's don't look for any relief from Chicago's problems with Brandon trying to negotiate a buyback deal here.
Yeah, revenue reached $160 million in 2024. But I mean the renters, if you will, this contract as you described it. I mean, they've recouped their initial investment like a decade ago. That's how bad this deal was.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this was just a gold mine from the start. There was absolutely no logic behind the low price that was paid. It was all rigged by, Daley and his friends and what his son, I forget, was on the list of bankers that negotiated the deal. Or it stunk to high heaven, and we're still paying for it.
Speaking of creative financing and financial accounting, the Chicago Teachers Union is under federal inquiry by the U.S. Department of Labor for questionable audits of its accounting for its business. One city council human stands firmly with CTU. He is Byron Sigcho Lopez. He's one of the out and proud socialists on the city council. He had this to say.
Byron Sigcho Lopez, alderman of the 25th Ward, and here as an elected official, as a father of Chicago Public Schools children, I stand with the Chicago Teachers Union because they stand for the schools that our children deserve. They fight for librarians, they fight for clinicians, they fight for our children, they fight for public education for all of us. These allegations, these false accusations to come after the financials of the Chicago Teachers Union is nothing but a stunt. They have nothing to hide. They have always stood for the people, and that's what we need to stand, all of us, behind the Chicago Teachers Union and behind labor. This is a time to unite and to make sure that we fight fascism. This is a time to reject this kind of attacks to silence us, and this is what we want the Chicago Teachers Union to fight back and make sure that Trump and his cronies take off the hands of our Chicago Teachers Union. We have your back.
I understand. I have not seen them yet, Mark, but I understand that the CTU audits all received an adverse opinion, and I can only imagine what some of the details and comments on some of those details are from whoever the auditors, whoever were the auditors that conducted these audits. I can't wait, and I hope that either this House committee or the U.S. Labor Department makes these audits public if we can't get CTU to do so.
Yeah, I mean, it's real simple. If there's nothing to hide, give us the audits. I haven't seen them yet either. Austin Berg has an article up recently indicating the potential criminal conduct that's coming to light because of them. This is an ongoing investigation. I'm pretty confident that the feds are looking at this hard, and it's about time. I mean, the CTU has just been shameless in hiding their financial condition on this for years. And thank goodness for the lawsuit to try to force this to get released.
Just on another note, just picking our heads up and looking around at what other states are doing, I do note that another border state of Illinois is moving in the direction of reducing the state and local tax burden on its residents. The governor there in Missouri, Mike Kehoe, wants to cut the top rate of 4.7% in Missouri and use that as a jumping off point to join 9 other states that have no state income tax. So, we see all sorts of tax reductions in the states around us, at least before Tony Evers got elected in Wisconsin. And yet here we are in Illinois talking about how having the highest state and local tax burden in the nation just isn't enough for us.
Yeah, and with the new legislative session, they're looking at ways to raise taxes, maybe even rekindling the idea of a progressive income tax. The big trend that's going on nationally is this resorting of conservatives moving to conservative states and vice versa. And with that, you get these policy changes where those booming red states are able to make those cuts. This is only going to get worse. I mean, we were really heading for a separation, not just politically, but on their financial capacity, with higher taxes being forced on blue states and red states cutting their taxes, as Missouri is right on our doorstep, able to do, apparently.
Mark Lennon, founder of WirePoints, wirepoints.org, all things Illinois policy related. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you, Dan. Take care.
Take care. Dan Proft, Chicago's Morning Answer.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicagoland certified financial planning professional Tim Stearns discusses taxes in retirement.
Most people are paying more in taxes and keeping less of their money to live and do what they enjoy. That's why we've put out the Retirement Tax Bill Calculator online. You can see with your own eyes just how much you might be overpaying. It's a valuable tool, $500 value, but we made it free for you to view and run your own numbers at MVPCFP.com. That's MVPCFP.com.
To run your retirement tax bill calculator, go to MVPCFP.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Cornerstone Securities, LLC.
Welcome to another edition of Tuesdays with Tim. My friend Tim Stearns, a certified financial planner with TJ Stearns Financial Planning in Arlington Heights. Tim, how are you? Welcome back.
Doing well. Thanks for having me.
So, Tim, let's check in on how you've been helping clients achieve financial security and peace of mind. Perhaps you have a story or two, a success story or two, an example of how you've helped clients recently.
I remember I had a neighbor who, believe it or not, was a longtime listener to your show. And he had come up to me in the yard and said he wanted to stop and smell the roses and kind of get out of his job. He was done taking the train downtown to Chicago every day and basically working 60 hours a week for a company that didn't really care about him or his family. So we started running numbers, and lo and behold, he was able to retire 5 years earlier. He's now 12 years retired. He's a grandpa. He's loving life. He, too, needed a protect and grow blueprint, and he had to make sure he wasn't leaving anything to chance for their future.
Thank you, Tim. If you're in your 50s or 60s, I want you to speak with my friend Tim Stearns, TJ Stearns Financial Planning. Tim will help you structure and optimize your savings to prepare for 20 to 30 years of enjoyable retirement. Call Tim today to schedule your free consultation and get your free Protect and Grow blueprint. Call 1-800-640-2256. Again, that number, 800-640-2256. Tell them I sent you when you call Tim at 800-640-2256.
The following is a paid political announcement.
This is Kevin Coyne, chairman of the DuPage County GOP. I am inviting you to our Lincoln Day dinner on Friday, February 27th at Abington Banquets in Glen Ellen. We will feature keynote speaker and national political commentator Tudor Dixon. Enjoy an evening of camaraderie, great food, and Republican unity. Sponsorship packages are available. Purchase tickets today at DuPageGOP.com. Paid for by DuPage County Republican Central Committee.
When you can no longer handle your own home, Hearthstone Assisted Living at the Lutheran Home in Arlington Heights is here to help make life easier. Experience upscale living with comprehensive health services. We offer fine dining, engaging activities, available chaplains, weekly worship services, and quality amenities including a bistro, expansive library, and general store. For a limited time, mention WYLL for an additional discount. Call 847-595-5024 or visit LutheranLifeCommunities.org.
Hey, I'm Steve Wyatt, and I want to invite you to the Wyatt Matters Show, which airs every Sunday on this station. You can expect lively discussion and heartfelt reflection that will both entertain and inspire you. And if we do it right, maybe deliver some genuine laughter as well. We talk about not only what matters, but also why it matters.
Wyatt Matters. Sunday morning at 6 on AM 560. The Answer.
Did you know most remodeling mishaps start before construction even begins? Here's something else you should know. At Forever Remodeling, we do things differently. Every kitchen, bathroom, and basement project starts with smart planning, detailed 3D designs, a clear scope of work, and accurate pricing, all sorted out before you get started. No surprises, no stress, just beautiful results. Done right the first time. Visit foreverremodeling.com. That's the number 4, EVER, remodeling.com. And schedule your free in-home consultation today.
The vaccines have failed. While the virus continues to mutate and bypass every shot they give you, the establishment is left with no answers. You're being left defenseless against a changing enemy. But the cavalry has arrived. When the system fails, nature and science unite to rescue your immune system. It's time to stop chasing mutations and start blocking them. I'm Dr. Michael Huber, introducing Virago, the immune enhancement cocktail. We've combined 23 high-potency natural ingredients into one synergistic strike. We are hitting the virus from every angle. Don't be a victim of ineffective science. Get the 23-ingredient shield that actually works. Virago, the immune enhancement cocktail.
Order your bottle of Virago online today. Visit myvirago.com. Use coupon code IMMUNE to save 30% at checkout. That's myvirago.com. Use coupon code IMMUNE to save 30%. Virago and Maha, making America healthy again.
AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up at 8:08, we'll talk to our friend Bob Woodson about his call for an American rejuvenation in Black America. We discussed it a bit yesterday. We'll get Bob's distillation of it at 8:08. It's now 8 o'clock, AM 560 WIND.
We're now 1 year into term 2. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
The golden age of America begins right now.
That was last January 20th when President Trump returned to the White House. Late last night, he told reporters,
I inherited a mess, and now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world.
But there's tension with some U.S. allies. House Speaker Mike Johnson addressed British Parliament this morning at first, and he urged calm.
More than ever before, we need the British people to be great and proud and patriotic, and you are. To work in close concert with us as partners and friends, and to defend the security of the Western world.
But Britain and France and other European countries are considering retaliation after President Trump imposed tariffs for opposing his push to take over Greenland, now a territory of Denmark, a NATO ally. The president insists it's a national security issue.
We have to have it. They have to have this done. They can protect it.
And as the anti-ICE protests continue in Minnesota after 2 recent immigration enforcement-related shootings, a demonstration inside a church Sunday remains under federal scrutiny.
The Department of Justice says the protesters who organized and then stormed into the church could face all types of charges, including interfering with religious worship under the FACE Act, perhaps upgraded felony charges under the Klan Act, as well as potential conspiracy.
Fox's Matt Finn in Minneapolis. 2 police officers are in stable condition in Portland, Oregon after being shot last night. There's a manhunt for the gunman. And a search for another shooter in Indiana, where a judge and his wife were shot and wounded in their home on Sunday. Also in Indiana, a celebration. They partied late into the night in Bloomington after the Hoosiers won the college football national championship, beating Miami 27-21. Heisman Trophy quarterback Fernando Mendoza scored a fourth-quarter touchdown that ended up the game winner, completing a perfect 16-0 season. Then Mendoza told ESPN,
everybody doubted us at the beginning of the year. We didn't make it this far, not to lay it on the line. I would die for my guys in the field, same way they do for myself.
America's listening to Fox News.
WIND, Chicago.
Good morning. It is 6 degrees here in Chicago on AM 560 The Answer. I'm Stace Keene in the QC Kinetics newsroom. Early morning sunshine turning into partly cloudy skies. We're going to see a high today of about 22 degrees, but still very cold. Bundle up out there. Governor J.B. Pritzker says the wealthiest families in our state would not be affected by a tax on millionaires. Jim Talamonte has the story.
Chicago Teachers Union and Illinois Federation of Teachers President Stacey Davis Gates said it is no longer good enough for Democrats to offer a tweet or a press conference.
It is enough that working people get united across this country and demand that state houses like ours in Springfield make billionaires pay their fair share.
Billionaire Governor J.B. Pritzker was asked in Chicago how a millionaire's tax might affect wealthy families.
Honestly, I think in terms of their day-to-day lives, the wealthiest families in the state will not be affected in any way whatsoever. I mean, I'm not suggesting they're not going to pay more in tax if there's a millionaire's tax.
I'm Jim Talamonte.
A woman found shot to death in an alleyway Sunday morning has been identified as a 36-year-old mother of 5. According to reports, Kiara Jenkins was found unresponsive in the 6400 block of South Drexel Avenue. Officials say she suffered multiple gunshot wounds as she was walking on her way to church. Police have no suspects in custody at this time. And there were no injuries following a fire at the Ford assembly plant yesterday afternoon. According to reports, that fire broke out at the assembly plant located in the South Deering neighborhood just before 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The cause of that blaze under investigation. This report is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Big savings on full mouth dental implants are here at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Medical insurance can make what used to cost a fortune surprisingly affordable. Don't wait. Take the 60-second quiz to see if you qualify at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. A check of the roads is coming up in 2 minutes, but time now for the AM 560 Business Beat, a service of Signature Bank.
I'm Charles Payne, and this is the Fox Business Report.
More earnings are rolling in this morning, though investors are focused on the new U.S. tariff threat over Greenland, and stock futures are sharply lower. The value of the U.S. dollar weakened this morning. Analyst Chris Turner at ING says concerns that Europe could retaliate against the U.S. by pulling its investments seem overblown. D.R. Horton's profit declined in the recent quarter, though it was holding up better than expected. The Texas-based home builder says potential buyers are continuing to put off home shopping, which is hurting sales and forcing it to offer big incentives. 3M is projecting improving business this year. It reported weaker earnings than the year before, but better than Wall Street was expecting. 3M says sales picked up at the end of last year. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Jenny Cosola. Invested in you.
He's tried to mellow out.
For what reason, nobody knows.
But it didn't take.
Let me guess.
Sean Thompson.
It's not political party per se. It's character. And every decent American should be outraged at the idea that this goes unreported for a decade. It is unfracking believable that every decent American doesn't want to light the torches.
The Sean Thompson Show. Weekday afternoons at 4 on AM 560. The Answer.
If you or someone you love are getting high quotes for dental implants, visit AlmostFreeTeeth.com today. With a medical PPO insurance plan, it's possible to save 90% off on average to be able to smile again. Check if you qualify now at AlmostFreeTeeth.com.
Hello, this is Alistair Begg. In September of 2026, I'll be teaching the Bible as we cruise through the Norwegian fjords. I'd love for you to join me. Call 855-565-5519 or visit deeperfaithcruise.com.
You know what really keeps me up at night? It's the criminals feel more and more bold. They have no fear of any consequences because there are none. So I did what anyone with a family should do. I called Goldilocks. They're not just some cookie-cutter security company. Goldilocks has been protecting Chicagoland homes and businesses for 4 decades, 40 years. And they actually listen. Their technician comes out to the house. He takes a look at what you need to make your house a smart home with a security system you can monitor from anywhere. It's built specifically for me and my family. Motion sensors, smart locks, cameras, monitoring, all customized. I don't trust anybody in Illinois to protect my family. I do it, and I did it by calling Goldilocks. I trust Goldilocks to keep my house, my property, and my family safe. Tell them Sean Thompson sent you, and Goldilocks will include 3 months free monitoring with any new installation. Call Goldilocks at 708-899-5600. That's 708-899-5600. Or visit them online at GoldilocksInc.com.
We couldn't decide if we needed in-home care for Dad.
Right. Just some help here and there with bathing, organizing his meds, a walk through the neighborhood.
Oh, exactly. But everywhere we looked wanted us to commit to 10 hours a week. It was more care than he needed. And it didn't make sense to spend extra for it.
Then we found Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest. Only 4 minimum hours. We were shocked.
Now a caregiver stops by once or twice a week to help with the small things that make a big difference.
And Mom loves the visits. It's not just help. it's companionship.
At Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest, we understand that not every family needs round-the-clock care. We serve DuPage, Cook, Kane, Kendall, and Will counties. We conduct free in-home assessments and we guarantee compatibility. Call Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest today at 331-281-0728. Again, that's 331-281-0728. And tell them AM 560 sent you. Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest. Senior care, only better.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Captid Pegol, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Take the journey of living a happy, successful, and meaningful life through God. Listen to It's Time with Dan Lights, Sunday mornings at 9 on our sister station, AM 1160. Hope for your life.
Taking a look at the roads from the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Sue Eller. Gonna start on the northbound tri-state. The exit ramp for Halstead Street is closed with police activity, and then further north, you've got some slowdowns approaching the Eisenhower, but the Eisenhower looks great both ways from Wolf Road to the old post office. Watch out for a crash on Lakeshore Drive southbound right at Belmont Avenue. It's taking out one lane, and you also have an accident on the inbound Dan Ryan at 79th Street, but overall, it's 14 minutes inbound and 12 outbound between 95th and the Burn interchange. On the outbound side of I-57 at the Cal-Sag Channel, the right lane is blocked, all because of another accident, and no major slowdowns right now on the Stevenson, looking good on the Kennedy and the Eden. This report is a service of the AM 560 Advantage. Membership has its privileges, including early access to event tickets, exclusive contest opportunities, and special members-only content. Join today at 560theanswer.com/join. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now the latest forecast from the Air Right Heating and Cooling Weather Center.
Today will not be as cold, starting with sunshine before clouds move in. The temperature will reach a high of 24. Tonight, expect cloudy skies with snow coming later, bringing 1 to 3 inches of accumulation. Roads will worsen, leading to slow and slippery conditions for tomorrow morning's commute. The low will be around 20 degrees. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by The Real Story with Jeannie Ives, powered by Breakthrough Ideas, Sunday evening at 7 on AM 560 The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560 The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. So while you had those goons and droogs and cretins invade that city's church in St. Paul, Minnesota, screaming and using profanity and asserting white supremacy and calling of the parishioners and calling people names and so on and so forth. And Don Lemon on scene to chronicle it all. Well, that was going on. In other houses of worship, these sorts of things were being said. Holy Trinity Lutheran in the Twin Cities.
On this baptism of our Lord Sunday, the 41st day of federal occupation, may the gospel also remind us that in our that in our baptismal covenant, we enter into relationship with our neighbor near but also afar. And currently, all of these relationships have made their demand so clear. We are demanded to protect our neighbors by tracking and following those who kidnap them, by connecting and building trust with our neighbors and finding places of sanctuary, providing support and aid to all those forced to hide, and all those whose families have been attacked, whether in money or food or child care, to harbor and guide to safety all of God's people under immediate threat, and to care for the children left behind.
Yeah, keep it together, Padre. 41st day of federal occupation, kidnapping, the language, the no person is illegal lingo of the open borders, abolish ICE, lawless left. It's like hiding Anne Frank in the attic, right? In New Hampshire, a bishop for the Episcopal Church of New Hampshire donned the cloth of Martin Niemöller. It's pathetic.
I have told the clergy of the Episcopal Diocese of New Hampshire that we may be entering into that same witness. And I've asked them to get their affairs in order, to make sure they have their wills written. Because it may be that now is no longer the time for statements, but for us with our bodies to stand between the powers of this world and the most vulnerable.
Because what you see with respect to immigration law enforcement is just another illustration of MAGA's push to, well, in Jim Clyburn's words, reestablish something as close to slavery as we can get. South Carolina Representative Jim Clyburn, Biden whisperer on firing line.
In fact, I am convinced that whoever put January 6th together used a roadmap that came right out of this era.
How far do you think the current MAGA Republican Party, because you say Proud Boys, which are different from run-of-the-mill MAGA.
Absolutely.
How far do you think MAGA Republicans, and you even referenced Donald Trump as the leader of the MAGA Republicans.
Sure.
I mean, when you reference the echoes to history, how far do you think, or are you warning that they're willing to go?
All the way.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by all the way? Because you write at one point in the book, the MAGA Republicans and their supporters who want to make America great again want to be remaking it in the image of the antebellum era. I just want to be clear. Are you saying you think they want to reinstate slavery?
No. They wish to get us back as close to slavery as they can possibly get us to without violating, because the Constitution they can't do it.
Uh-huh.
Jim Crow?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
So you think they would reinstitute Jim Crow?
Absolutely. And I think the Supreme Court is well on the way to doing that.
So the Constitution would inhibit MAGA from reinstituting slavery, but not Jim Crow. A curious argument on many levels for comment in consideration of something perhaps more life-affirming and sensible. Please be joined, as always, by Bob Woodson, founder and president of the Woodson Center, author of A Pathway to American Renewal, Red, White, and Black, Volume 2, and also his piece in the Wall Street Journal that we talked about a good bit yesterday, calling for an American rejuvenation within Black America, something you should check out, and I posted on X. Bob, thanks for joining us, as always. Appreciate it.
It's
It's always a pleasure to be with you, Dan.
So, Jim Clyburn, these men of the cloth, everything is 1940s Germany, 1850s America. That's what those individuals say that we're all up against.
Yeah, remember, Clyburn was the first to run up to New York and support Mondami, a socialist, without recognizing that it was the government of the United States that supported slavery and Jim Crow. It was the government's programs of the 60s that destroyed the family, that separated work from income. It was the government's intervention in the marketplace that created the separated households and created a kind of decline that we're witnessing. So Jim Clyburn is part of the race grievance industry and has always been. They offer no solutions. They just profit from division. But he does not speak for the majority of black Americans. That 60% of blacks do not believe racism is the principal source of their problems. 80% of black Americans polled do not support defund the police the way Clyburn and some of his supporters do. So there's a huge bifurcation in the black community, and Jim Clyburn does not speak for anybody except the race grievance industry.
And so do you think that like the self-styled civil rights leaders and the black members of Congress that get most of the attention from a media that is there to give them and anybody else on the left the attention, that they're sort of a paper tiger, that bubbling below the surface, you're getting the clean break from the choices that were made 60 years ago, because the people on the ground across the country are starting to really internalize what those choices have meant, what they have wrought, the consequences, and they want to chart a different course.
Yes, Dan. In our publications, we challenge the civil rights leadership and Nicole Hannah-Jones and all that with facts. In fact, in talking about under Jim Crow, in one sense, low-income black Americans were better off under Jim Crow than they are today, in many ways. I give examples of how there were 5 black high schools at the turn of the century in New York, in Baltimore, in Atlanta, and in Washington, D.C. They had crumbling buildings, used textbooks, half of the budgets of white schools, yet every one of those black schools out-tested every white school in those cities at the turn of the century. Elderly people could walk safely without fear of being assaulted by their grandchildren. Kids were not shot in their cribs the way they are today. More blacks are killed today in 1 year by other blacks than were killed by the Klan in 40 years. What does Clyburn and his group have to say about that reality?
The legacies of systemic racism, right? I mean, that's their go-to for all of the persistent ills of the modern era. It's just blame it on the legacy of racist institutions, government-sponsored racist institutions like Jim Crow and slavery. That's their play, right?
Yeah, but I had a chance to debate this with Hawk Newman, head of Black Lives Matter in New York.
Oh, yeah.
And your viewers, your listeners can go on YouTube and see that. And what tripped him up is that he was ready to confront my argument, but I made him confront facts, like I just shared with you. And there are other examples that I gave from history. How, like today, they're having middle school kids in Baltimore write essays on the 30 people who were lynched in Baltimore, but the kids are not writing about how in 1868, when 1,000 blacks were fired from the railroad, they formed their own railroad and hired 1,000 people and successfully ran a railroad that hired white employees too, from Maine into Baltimore. So the contrast is amazing, that what we do is present examples of resilience in the face of oppression. In fact, one of our scholars revealed that at the turn of the century, Jewish leaders and scholars came from Europe to visit with Booker T. Washington and Tuskegee to learn from how Black America was responding with resilience in the face of oppression so they could help confront fascism in Europe. And so this is a history that our kids are not being taught.
In your piece in the Journal, I thought it was a useful vehicle, a provocative one, but a useful one, just to get people to like stop and think for a second and maybe generate some conversation, even if it's pointed. We said call for a 1-year moratorium on blaming racism for anything. Not that because it doesn't exist, but just because it's not central to the issue. And it seems to me like if that could get, broader amplification, it may get people to, stop and think about, what is central to the problems of the day. I wonder what kind of feedback you're getting from that.
I'm getting excellent. I had 570 comments on in response to the column. But the other thing that conservatives must do is we must do more than just write white papers and whine about what the left is doing.
Yeah.
I think it's important for them to invest in these neighborhood programs that are American values in action. Values are caught, they're not taught. And our grassroots leaders are able to redeem individuals and rebuild communities on the foundation of our founding principles, but they need support, not just money from conservatives, but also scholars need to come into the community like Jason Riley did. Jason Riley spent a day at the Piney Wood School in Piney Wood, Mississippi, and he wrote a stellar column about what he saw there, a 116-year-old Black Christian boarding school that only takes kids on scholarships from some of the most challenged neighborhoods and some of the most troubled families, and 100% of them go on to college. St. Mary's in New Orleans is another Black Christian school. There are examples of leaders who are acting with moral clarity, but also they are demonstrating by their actions what values in action. So more of our conservative scholars need to cite them in their writings. They need to go and listen and learn from and validate the actions being taken to rebuild our inner cities and minorities. Only then will we see change.
I mean, do you think, like, just going to what some of those men of the cloth are saying from the pulpit in response to immigration enforcement operations in Minneapolis and elsewhere, do you think we have what your friend and mine, Shelby Steele, called the cultural deference? That still is something that is a hurdle to clear, this idea that people of goodwill on both the left and the right are still too deferential to those who are, destroyers of free societies, and most notably America, since that's what we're talking about. We're just too deferential to the loudest and the most sentimental of the arguments being made.
I think what we must do is offer an alternative voice. That's why what the Woodson Center is doing, it has 3,500 low-income grassroots leaders in 39 states. Some of them support maybe thousands of people. Well, that's a powerful voice, but the qualities that make them effective also makes them invisible because they're not whining and complaining. So what we've got to do is we're trying to put together a public event where those grassroots patriots can speak with a single voice and command the kind of attention that the left does with a George Floyd. We need the moral equivalent of something that sparks the kind of outpouring that I know is latent in the hearts and souls of Americans. Americans are looking for a place to reposit their dreams and their aspirations. They want to unify, but we are allowing the left to occupy this space. But we need to do more than just complain about what they are doing. What we're working on at the Woodson Center is providing the vehicles for these grassroots patriots to speak for themselves and affirm the values of this nation.
Bob Woodson, founder and president of the Woodson Center, author of A Pathway to American Renewal, Red, White, and Black, Volume 2. Volume 2 is out. Bob Woodson, thank you as always. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And that was Bob Woodson. I'm Dan Proft, Chicago's Morning Answer.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Listen, I'm going to be straight with you. Pain doesn't just hurt your body, it cripples your life. I know this because I've seen it with people I care about. If joint pain is holding you back, start the new year by doing something different. There's a way to get real relief without surgery and without putting your life on pause. But you have to take that first step and contact my friends at QC Kinetics. They provide regenerative treatments that help your body repair the areas that are causing pain. I've talked to people who've been through this. These are real results. Achy knees, hips, shoulders, wherever it hurts, instead of facing surgery that sidelines you for months, QC Kinetics treatments happen in the office. Simple procedures that deliver big, life-changing results. January is supposed to be your clean slate month, so make it one. Stop managing the pain and start solving it. Call now to learn more and tell them Dan Proft, that's me, sent you when you do. The number 312-827-6261. That's 312-827-6261. Call QC Kinetics to start the year right. 312-827-6261.
Perhaps you're a collector, or perhaps all of a sudden you have a collection. Maybe it's an inheritance. How do you know what it's worth? This is Sean Thompson for Donley Auction. The market for antiques and collectibles is changing all the time. What is your collection worth right now? Well, I've got an easy way to find out. It's simple. You contact Donley Auctions. With their worldwide audience of live and in-person auctions, they have a good idea of how to tell you exactly what it's worth at exactly right now. They're ready to put top dollar in your pocket. The bigger the collection, the better. Go to DonleyAuctions.com and get the info on all things that they buy and sell to have an idea of exactly what Donley does and how much they need your collection. They have so many buyers, it's a great time to sell. Just simply make a phone call. Donley has traveled all over the country to pick up collections. Just call and talk to the people at Donley Auctions at 815-923-7000. Donley Auctions is your trusted partner in turning your collections into cash. DonleyAuctions.com.
If stairs in your home are becoming difficult, there's a practical solution, and it doesn't have to come with pushy salespeople. Access provides dependable stair lifts designed to help you stay safely in the home you love. No gimmicks, no overselling, just honest guidance, quality equipment, and professional local installation. We'll explain your options, work within your budget, and let you decide what's right at your pace. For a straightforward, no-pressure, free in-home consultation, call 630-616-6249 or visit allaboutaccess.com.
Your company's IT needs used to be handled by a trusted local partner, but now they're a faceless nationwide service provider. Response times are slower, projects drag on, and you're stuck explaining your systems to new techs again and again. At Unique Computing Solutions, we've welcomed over 10 clients who are fed up with that exact experience. We're locally rooted, relationship-driven, and committed for the long haul. Get a free IT assessment today at UniqueComputingSolutions.com. That's UniqueComputingSolutions.com. Your IT challenges solved.
Are you 65 or older and dealing with chronic knee or shoulder pain? You're not alone. At the Joint Relief Institute, we've helped thousands find real relief without surgery. Our non-surgical, FDA-approved treatment uses hyaluronic gel that acts like a cushion between the bones in your knee. As we age, the cushion naturally wears down, causing painful grinding and popping. But our gel restores that cushion, allowing your knee to move smoothly again. Ready to stop the pain and get back to doing what you love? Call the Joint Relief Institute at 708-315-6800. Again, that's 708-315-6800.
Move better and live better with JRI. Contact the Joint Relief Institute today and get back to doing what you love. Call 708-315-6800 or visit jointreliefinstitute.com. Locations in Glenview, Oakbrook, and Orland Park. Call 708-315-6800. Medicare and most private insurance plans accepted. Reclaim your mobility with the Joint Relief Institute.
AM 560, The Answer.
This should be interesting. The bête noire of Jelly Belly and BLM Brandon. ICE Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino joins us with an opportunity to respond to our political leadership in Chicago and Illinois at 8:38. Greg Bovino at 8:38. Stay tuned. Now we check the headlines.
Good morning. It is 5 degrees in Chicago on AM 560 The Answer. I'm Stace Keene in the QC Kinetics newsroom. 3 people, including 2 firefighters, were injured battling a fire at an apartment complex in the 800 block of North May Street last night. Officials say at one point a Mayday call was issued for one of the firefighters, but that was later recalled. The condition of those injured is not known at this time, and the cause of the fire is under investigation. Federal authorities have announced the arrest of a fugitive on Chicago's most wanted list. Members of the Bureau's Violent Crimes Task Force arrested Antonio Stigler in Dalton on Friday. Stigler was charged last February with the first-degree murder in connection to the killing of a pregnant woman in Riverdale in October of 2024. And you may get a chance to see the Northern Lights tonight. A severe geomagnetic storm continues today, and if weather conditions cooperate, you may be able to catch the dazzling light display between 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. There is a downside, as the geomagnetic storms can mess with power systems, spacecraft, radio frequencies, and satellite navigation. This report is a service of the AM 560 Advantage. Membership has its privileges, including early access to event tickets, exclusive contest opportunities, and special members-only content. Join today at 560theanswer.com/join. A check of the roads is coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
On February 24th, President Trump will deliver his State of the Union address to Congress.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
And AM 560 The Answer is throwing a viewing party, and you're invited to join us for dinner at the Meridian Banquets and Conference Center in Rolling Meadows. Enjoy dinner before the speech, and then watch the speech with AM 560's Dan Proft, Sean Thompson, Jeannie Ives, Amy Jacobson, and John Anthony. Tickets are on sale now at 560theanswer.com/party. Sponsored in part by Edward Jones agent Nolan Webster.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Looking for some hope? Listen to Leading the Way with Dr. Michael Youssef on our sister station, AM 1160. Hope for your life. Weekday mornings starting at 8.
At Terra Vista of Oak Brook Terrace, dementia care isn't just what we do, it's all we do. We specialize in caring for those with Alzheimer's and other types of dementia. We're on the forefront of dementia care with a barrier-free, stress-free environment, so residents can explore safely and feel at home. But what truly sets Terra Vista apart? Personalized care. We take the time to learn each resident's story, where they lived, their routines, former careers, even the names of family members. Anyone who interacts with your loved one can immediately make them feel comfortable and understood. We meet our residents right where they are. Residents stay strong and engaged with multi-sensory activities, music, art, horticulture, our beautiful 18,000 square foot outdoor space, and even a personal trainer. At Terra Vista, residents aren't defined by their dementia. We honor the whole person. Speak to an advisor or schedule a tour today at terravista.org. Again, that's terravista.org, and tell them AM 560 sent you.
Well, that was a surprise. The HVAC tech just said our furnace apparently has a cracked heat exchanger, and it'll cost thousands.
Oh, you're kidding. He barely looked at it. Now he's pushing a huge repair? What should we do?
I don't really trust them. We need a second opinion. My brother Mark recommended Air Right Heating and Cooling. I looked them up, and they seem legit. Great Google reviews. I'm sure they'd give us an honest assessment. He liked that they checked their carbon monoxide readings so he knows the air they're breathing is safe. And I guess it also gave a sense of how much life was left in their furnace.
I'd love that peace of mind. Plus, why spend a fortune on something we might not even need?
Get a second opinion from Air Right Heating and Cooling. Tell them AM 560 sent you and get $56 off any service. Visit Air Right Heating and Cooling right now at AIR-RITE.com. Again, that's AIR-RITE.com. Air Right Heating and Cooling. Doing it right since 1959.
Taking a look at the roads from the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Sue Aller. What a rough ride on the inbound Kennedy, jammed between Montrose Avenue and Armitage Avenue. 43 minutes inbound, 26 outbound from Montrose to the Byrne Interchange. The express lanes also stop and go from Montrose to Ohio Street. Inbound on the Eisenhower is 58 minutes. Outbound is 39 from Wolf to the Old Post Office, and the Stevenson is also 58 minutes inbound. 34 out from Veterans Memorial to Lakeshore Drive. The Dan Ryan runs 36 minutes in. Outbound is 16 from 95th to the Byrne Interchange. Stop and go inbound on the Bishop Ford between Cottage Grove and the Dan Ryan. This report is a service of Capital One. Earn unlimited double miles on every purchase with the Capital One Venture X business card. Big purchasing power means you can spend more and earn more. The Capital One Venture X business card. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now the latest forecast from the Air Right Heating and Cooling Weather Center.
Today will not be as cold, starting with sunshine before clouds move in. The high will reach 24. Tonight, expect cloudy skies with snow developing later, leading to 1 to 3 inches of accumulation. Road conditions will worsen, so anticipate a slow and slippery morning commute. The low will be around 20. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. The open borders, abolish ICE, sanctuary jurisdiction, political class in Illinois had much to say about our next guest. Starting with Jelly Belly and BLM Brandon, that tandem, they're in lockstep. Here's Jelly Belly on ICE Commander Greg Bavino.
This is a guy who is instructing his people to fire gas pellets at people who are just expressing peacefully their First Amendment rights. You know, you're allowed to yell things and hold a sign and protest. That is a fundamental right in the United States. And yet they fire tear gas, they fire rubber bullets at people. You saw the video probably of the pastor who got hit in the head and was actually hit multiple times with those gas pellets. I mean, this is Gregory Bavino's orders that they're following. So he just has no credibility at all.
BLM Brandon backing up his buddy.
What is happening, though, is Bavino is a barbaric individual. And I just hope that this judge provides some level of accountability.
Bavino the barbarian, that's what we were treated through most of the thrust of Operation Midway Blitz. But I'm guessing Greg Bavino is happy to stand with Joe Abraham and his family and happy to stand against J.B. Pritzker and Brandon Johnson and politicians like them. That's my guess. Why don't we find out? Greg Bavino, ICE Border Patrol Commander. Greg, thanks for being with us. Appreciate it.
Well, good morning, and thanks for having me.
So your response, I mean, it's not just from Pritzker and Johnson that you've been getting that sort of commentary, but what is your response to our local varietal of open borders, abolish ICE politicians here in Chicago and Illinois?
You know, it's the same as anywhere. You hear from these politicians, whether it's a Pritzker or a Johnson or a Gavin Newsom from California, you know, they throw out these names and they seek to diminish what is actually taking place on the ground in Chicago and other areas of the United States. You know, when they call you a barbarian or barbaric and no credibility and that type of thing, the funny thing about that is the statistics and the end results of, say, an Operation Midway Blitz, that proves otherwise. There's double-digit drops in crime in Chicago. making many of these communities a much, much safer place. And, I think, Dan, probably perhaps more than anything, is talking with those citizens on the ground and those rank-and-file police officers on the ground there, especially at the tail end of Midway Blitz in Chicago. They told us beyond a shadow of a doubt that we left the city a much safer place and that they were much better off for it. And again, we've still got a rather sizable force there, but at the end of that official large operation, definitely a much safer city.
I talked to police that I know, and they basically said privately to me that we wish we could do some of the things that ICE is doing in the city right now. And I wonder if that's some of the commentary you were getting back from local law enforcement, even though the official position was to stand down.
Exactly. One point in particular, we were in the Little Village area a few months back, and one of the officers there that has patrolled the Little Village area of Chicago, which, as you know, is rife with Latin Kings, gang members, and some very vile criminals, or at least it was, that police officer was able to tell us that he had patrolled that area for 20 years, and that was his beat for 20 years, and he had never seen it as good in those 20 years as he did when we arrived and we started cleaning up those Latin Kings, those gang members, and those criminals out of the Little Village area. And that was anywhere in Chicago, whether it was the South Side apartment complex, the Cicero area, just about everywhere we went, we heard from those rank-and-file police officers. And much of what you said, they said, we just wish that we could do what you do and that we were allowed to do what you were doing.
Chicago is a very parochial town, as I'm sure a lot of communities around the country are. But Chicago is very parochial. And, they don't, especially people in power don't like to be shown up, don't like to be exposed as incompetent or corrupt, no matter how incompetent or corrupt they turn out to be. And so there was a feeding frenzy surrounding you and your fellow officers during Operation Midway Blitz. And I wonder if, sort of looking back on the apex of the operation, if you would have done anything different in the way that things were handled outside the Broadview ICE facility, or just generally in terms of conducting ICE's affairs in the city?
Sure. As far as Broadview, I think something I would have done, we were on Broadview pretty quickly to ensure that facility came under control, was safe, but I would have done it even sooner. Probably a couple hours sooner, I would have kept that crowd pushed back even sooner. That was a very tense and dangerous situation. As you know, we had several shootings at ICE facilities, shootings at Border Patrol facilities nationwide. That was a very tenuous and dangerous situation, and we were on it pretty quickly, but I think I could have got there a couple hours sooner and made it even safer. So there's one thing. And then as far as our approach to the city of Chicago in general, I believe our agents did a fantastic job in patrolling all parts of the city, including that south side. And, it'd been nice to have had a few more agents there to have put into the city. But by and large, I think our agents did a fantastic job there in the city. We arrested thousands. And, there's always one more criminal out there. So we could always say, hey, I'd like to get one more. But our agents went absolutely as hard as they could, and I think they did a good job.
And there's still ICE presence here. It's not like this is over. You're still working off of specific lists, and you probably have other responsibilities outside of Chicago, clearly. But that's the approach is that there's a surge, but it doesn't mean once the surge subsides that there's not still activity.
Exactly. We've got ICE officers, we've got uniformed Border Patrol officers, we've got uniformed CBP Customs and Border Protection officers that continually work those streets of Chicago. So we went in with a large force, put many of those areas under control, Little Village, South Side apartment complex, many of those areas under control, and the force there now is able to get a handle on those criminal aliens and those bad people and bad things in those areas. Our goal is to keep the crime down and continue to take bad people and bad things off the street there in Chicago.
The two ICE-involved shootings in Chicago, the one in the suburbs in Schiller Park, where a guy that resisted arrest and injured an officer was killed, and then the shots fired against a woman who was allegedly boxing in ICE officers. We don't have video on those like we did, for example, Renee Good in Minneapolis, but there's a lot of demagoguery surrounding those two incidents from those same politicians we just heard from. And I just wanted to give you the opportunity to sort of provide your understanding of what happened and where, if any, investigation is that might be ongoing.
Sure. And those investigations reside there with the Department of Justice. And for the investigative details, I'll let those folks at the Department of Justice talk about that. But one of the things here with especially the woman that I believe she was shot 5 times is the conspiratorial nature of what we're seeing, what we saw in Chicago, and what we're seeing now. Individuals that conspire to harm law enforcement, whether it's federal law enforcement or any law enforcement, there's a conspiracy to do that beforehand, and for your audience here, that's very important in law enforcement, because oftentimes these are not an ad hoc or last minute decision on these individuals. They mean to come to a place. They mean to box in, say, a Border Patrol agent. They mean to disrupt, obstruct, delay, and or assault agents, and that's what we saw in those cases. When you box in a Border Patrol agent, think about that for just a second. You're trying to prevent that Border Patrol agent from leaving an area. Now, why would someone want to do that? That creates a very, very dangerous situation for our law enforcement officers. Imagine if every police officer that was on a vehicle stop, say in Chicago, maybe he was given a speeding ticket or for whatever, was suddenly boxed in by individuals who had planned to do that. That would create a very difficult situation. Well, that's what our Border Patrol agents and ICE officers were and are faced with every single day. And because of that dangerous situation, making those split-second decisions, especially when those individuals that are boxing in start to assault, ram their vehicles into our vehicles, and take overt action beyond just the boxing in, that's going to create a very tenuous and difficult situation. And that's what we've seen, unfortunately, there in Chicago, Minneapolis, Los Angeles, and many of these other areas, Charlotte, North Carolina, many of these other places we've been in. And it really puts our federal officers in a very, very dangerous and difficult situation. We use the minimum amount of force necessary to effect an operation or an arrest. And in those situations, that's exactly what we did. And I'll tell you what, I'm glad our Border Patrol agents and federal officers were able to come home at the end of shift.
And so when you say in those situations you use the minimal amount of force you needed to, so you believe those two incidents I mentioned in Chicago, the ICE ICE officer involved shootings, that the ICE officers acted appropriately, from what you know?
From what I know, absolutely. From what I was read in on those cases, absolutely. That was, again, that minimum amount of force necessary to stop a threat. And that's what this is about, is stopping a threat. When someone is assaulting or utilizing deadly force against a police officer, that's the standard, is to stop the threat. And in those cases, that threat was stopped.
I wanted to get your reaction to what Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara had to say on a recent episode of 60 Minutes, because this is a criticism that is leveled against ICE again and again and again, and I just wanted you to respond to it. Here's what he said about the difference between targeted operations, which are okay, versus what he's implying ICE is doing.
This action that they're undertaking in Minneapolis right now is making this city safer.
Targeted, precise, pre-planned operations on violent offenders, that is a good thing. But I'm concerned that people in the administration don't actually understand the reality of what's happening on the street. Well, I have been very publicly saying this has been a risk for several weeks, trying to get anyone in a position of authority to understand that tragedy was imminent.
Talking about Renee Good in that last part, the point here is to say, you know what the criticism is. This isn't targeted. It's not just removing people that are known to be repeat violent offenders or public safety threats. It's indiscriminate, and they go from indiscriminate to say all kinds of outlandish things about going door to door, asking for neighbors to point out people of color in their neighborhood and all the things you've heard before, just picking on people based on their race. But that general criticism of it's not targeted, it's indiscriminate. How do you respond?
Sure. Well, let's take a look at some of the numbers here from Minneapolis. We're approaching 3,000 apprehensions, with 70% or more of those apprehensions involving criminal aliens. That's folks with a significant criminal and or immigration history. So as we make these arrests, any illegal alien that we come into contact at, near, or around those targeted efforts, they're going to be arrested also. If I see an illegal alien, they don't walk away. I'm an immigration officer. That would be illegal for me to allow any illegal alien to walk. We're not going to do that. And then also something towards that criticism by O'Hare and others who are very ignorant of our laws and ignorant of what came across that border over the past 4 years and even before that, is oftentimes, we saw this in Chicago, we see it in Minneapolis, we see this in every single city that we've been to, is that as we do apprehend illegal aliens that are at, near, or around targeted operations, many of those illegal aliens end up having very significant criminal histories. I could point to innumerable examples. Child rapists standing out in front of Home Depot. Organized crime figures from Poland standing out in front of a Lowe's hardware store. Hundreds of those examples exist. Do we want to ignore those individuals that came across the border that perhaps we don't even really have a target location for where they're at? But when we encounter them on the streets, we're finding a whole lot of individuals with significant criminal and or immigration histories. Sometimes 60 to 70% of those individuals that we encounter adjacent to the targeted enforcement have criminal and or significant immigration histories. That's one heck of a statistic. And one heck of a statistic. That's a lot of criminals walking around with impunity in broad daylight on the street. If we see an illegal alien, they're getting arrested.
But the key is, which makes perfect sense. I don't know how you could do it otherwise, frankly, and have the kind of numbers you're describing. You are working off a list. There is the rank order priority that the ICE operations, began their initiatives operating under, and then you radiate out from that, right? We need to get John Smith, but if I see Jim Smith with him, and we run Jim Smith, and Jim Smith has all kinds of problems too, and is here illegally, then we're taking both John and Jim. I mean, that's essentially the way that this goes.
That's the way that works, exactly. And we also have to remember we have this thing called border security. I'm a Border Patrol agent. I came from the border. Our border is on lockdown now. It's the best it's ever been. As you know, President Trump's been in office a year as of today. That border has the fewest number of crossings in history. And part of that, and this is a very important part, is because there isn't a safe refuge for any illegal alien anywhere in the United States. That's very key to border security. So, yes, if we encounter John Smith and he is at, near, or adjacent to criminal alien, he's going to be arrested too. It's that certainty of arrest that helps us so much with border security.
Greg Bavino, Border Patrol Commander. Greg, thanks so much for your time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. It's been a pleasure.
Dan Proft, Chicago's Morning Answer.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer.
Your show keeps me alive during the week. There's nobody I'd rather listen to between 5 and 9 in the morning than you guys.
On AM 560, The Answer.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank, a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Anthony and John here from Bionic Auto Parts, proud clients of Signature Bank. We deliver high-quality, recycled and remanufactured auto parts to Chicago and Milwaukee. Our mission is simple: provide parts safely, reliably, with great customer satisfaction.
We process over 350 vehicles a month. With big banks, everything took forever. Layers of approvals and endless delays. At Signature Bank, one call got it done. Whether it's lending, deposits, or treasury management, they deliver fast. Signature Bank made us feel like family. That's a partnership we deeply appreciate.
Signature Bank helps local businesses succeed. Want to learn how Signature Bank can help turn your business vision into reality? Call Signature Bank at 773-467-5600 or visit signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
When someone you love is living with memory loss, finding the right care isn't just important, it's everything. At Terra Vista of Oak Brook Terrace, memory care isn't an add-on, it's all we do.
When Mom moved into Terra Vista, everything changed. She's safe, engaged, and surrounded by people who truly understand dementia. And I finally get to just be her daughter again.
Terra Vista was built specifically for caring for those with Alzheimer's and other types of dementia, with secure indoor and outdoor spaces, innovative therapies, and a community that feels like home. Residents stay active, connected, and respected every single day.
And the best part? Mom can live with dignity, and I have peace of mind.
If memory care is in your future, choose the community designed for it. Choose Terra Vista of Oak Brook Terrace. Schedule a tour today at terravista.org. Again, that's terravista.org, and tell them AM 560 sent you. Terra Vista, where memory care lives.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, thanks for joining us on another edition of Chicago's Morning Answer. Appreciate all the calls. Good conversation about the ubiquity of gambling in Illinois, and great discussions with our guests, Whitehouse, Woodson, and Bavino. And good commentary from Frank from Arlington Heights as well, as per usual. It is now 9 o'clock on AM 560 WIND Chicago.
There is a sell-off on Wall Street. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. After a long holiday weekend, as trade tensions simmer with Europe, the Dow plunging 688 points, 1 year to the day after President Trump returned to office.
I don't think there's been a term like it. I don't think any president has had a better first year than we've had.
Tonight, he'll go to Davos, Switzerland for the World Economic Forum, discussing his push for a U.S. takeover of Greenland. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, already in Davos, tells Fox Business.
Greenland's becoming more and more attractive for foreign conquest, and he very strongly believes that it must be part of the United States to prevent a conflict.
The president has threatened European countries with additional tariffs if they refuse to support him on acquiring Greenland. Denmark's government has said it's willing to work with the U.S. on reinforcing Greenland's security. The Europeans have said a fight to take territory from an allied nation could put the entire NATO alliance at risk.
Fox's Rich Edson at the White House. House Speaker Mike Johnson's in London and was the first American speaker to ever address Parliament, calling Britain a strong ally we need.
I told the president that I felt that my mission here today was to encourage our friends and help to calm the waters, so to speak, and I hope to do so.
Also in Davos, Thursday, the president plans to formalize what he calls a board of peace.
It will mark the transition into phase 2 of the Gaza ceasefire deal. Around 60 invitations were sent out, mostly to leaders of foreign countries. Countries like Canada and Argentina have already agreed to join.
Fox's Trey Yingst in Tel Aviv, Israel. The United Arab Emirates also agreed today to be on the board, but France may not join, prompting President Trump to threaten yet another tariff, 200% on French wine and champagne. There's a manhunt for a gunman in Portland, Oregon, where police officers were shot. They're stable now.
The shooting happened when the officers were called to investigate